Our resource speaker, actually he joined Microfocus since 2015 as sales engineer, covers CEA and AEC countries, and he has more than 6 years experience in IAM and SIM with extensive solution portfolio in security, risk, compliance and governance, and 13 years experience in the IT industry. He has received Bachelor of Software Engineering with honors from University of Malaya, Malaysia since year 2006. He is also Microfocus authorized training instructor and conducts the product training across the CEA region. As part of security, risk, compliance, and governance, he has helped various businesses embarks the Identity Access Management or IAM and SIM framework across legacy, cloud, and hybrid environment with Microfocus identity-powered security framework. With the evolve of CIAM, he has assisted different customers to design the cloud-based IAM solution architecture in AWS and Microsoft Azure with high scalable platform using Kubernetes. He is also assisting the SOC partner to build, design, and embarks the SOC in few countries like Malaysia, Thailand, and Philippines. Aside from AIM, he is also specializing in wide range of security, risk, and monitoring solutions like two-factor or multi-factor authentication, end-to-end encryption, file integrity monitoring, endpoint security, and secure file collaboration. He was the sales engineer of SUSE Linux formerly and responsible for SUSE High Availability, SUSE Enterprise Storage or SES, SUSE OpenStack, and SUSE Software Defined Storage. Let us please welcome from Handling Incorporated, Mr. Frederick Teo.
But together with him is no other than Miss Shara. But before Mr. Frederick Teo would deliver the topics that they have to discuss, Miss Shara would divulge some information about their product first.
Yes. Hi, good morning, everyone. Hope you can hear me, even I'm wearing mask. This is the new normal, right? Well, anyway, allow me to introduce ourselves first. So on behalf of Handlink, we are from Microfocus. So actually, if you will try to search for Microfocus now, you will see we have several solutions we are offering to our customers. And actually, Microfocus is here to help you when you do have your digital transformation journey. So not only today, we will be talking about cyber risk or our security solutions, but let me also discuss quickly, ano po ba yung mga products under Microfocus? Okay. So if you do have application delivery management, we are here to help you mapabilis yung paggamit niyo doon sa application from development to testing. We also have hybrid management solutions. And of course, for today, we will be focusing on the cyber risk or our security solutions. Sorry for that, some technicalities. Okay, so maybe while we are waiting for the presentation, so for today, we will be discussing on the cyber risk solution or our security solutions. And under that pillar, we actually have 4 solutions. So first, we do have the application security. We do have the SIEM or SIM, if we are hearing on that already. And then we also have data encryption or data security. And lastly, which is Frederick's focus topic for today, is the IAM. So usually, if you do need some multi-factor authentication, API, we do have that. Okay? So with that, let me call on our speaker, Frederick Teo, to further discuss it. Thank you.
Very much, Ms. Shara, for presenting your product with our colleagues around here. So by the way, while we're waiting for Mr. Theo to, as he get his presentation. So far, again, the topic that we'll have for this second topic will be the identifying key to zero trust security. And I think Mr. Theo is already here. And so while you're waiting, you could actually have your snacks been given to you a while ago. So you could actually eat your snacks for the meantime while we're waiting for him to, as he prepare his presentation. And if you would have your questions later, just just kindly park your questions, and we will have that portion for the question and answer portion after the presentation of our lecturers or resource speaker for this morning. Hope everything is still awake and kicking, right? Partner.
Yes.
Akala ko
So
nakatulog
one
ka.
waiting partner.
Okay, dapat partner hindi tayo makakatulog ha.
Yes.
Para at least alive and kicking pa rin yung ating mga audience here physically. And again, for those of individuals who are actually joining us on our YouTube online as well as Facebook online, as well as Zoom, thank you very much for gracing this morning. Once again, Mr. Frederick Theo, as he will present about the comprehensive security for enterprise as well. Good morning.
Hello. Hi. Hi. Thank you very much for the introduction. Sorry about this. There's some technical issue there. So my name is Frederick. I'm actually from Malaysia. I'm the cyber risk security pre-sales from Micro Focus. So today, actually, we'll talk a little bit about the identity as a key for zero trust. So of course, let me do some introduction about my company first. So from cyber risk product or security product, we do have a lot of different portfolio for product group like identity access management, security operation. This is from SIM. We have UEBA, SOAR, and also we do have a data security for data masking. Oh, yeah. Sorry about that. Okay, so we do have a security, which is the data masking, data encryptions to protect the data address and in motion. And we do have this application security, which is on the static code analysis to analyze the code to actually to try to understand what is the vulnerability in your source code. And also there's something that you can also try to run it as a dynamics web, right? So you actually can scan it and also know what is a vulnerability. So all this actually is powered by our machine learning analytic tools, right? So actually it's the analytic platform here. So let's talk about a little bit about what is a zero trust security here. From Wikipedia, the concept of zero trust is never trust, but always verify. So assume there's a breach with the identity. So you actually need to have the identity proofing to prove who you are. So this is the methodology and meanings of the zero trust from Wikipedia. So let's go through a little bit about the computing environment today, right? So in 15, 20 years ago, everyone actually work from home, work from office. So the security parameter of your office in your infrastructure actually is well protected by the firewall, IDS, IPS. So this is the traditional parameter security is very secure. I mean, almost no one can hack into your environment because everyone will be access the application to your server database into your environment. They will come to office and access to it, right? So now today, you know that there's the pandemics, right? Since 2019, COVID, everyone work from home, right? So of course, nowadays we're also talking about the mobile user. Everyone can move from work from everywhere. And also you do have a lot of application on cloud, right? Like Office 365, Microsoft Dynamics. And also you do have an external vendor that going to remote into your environment. So what actually you're going to do here is you're going, first of all, if they are going to remote in, you're going to open your firewall, right? So they can do a remote desktop, they can access to your environment. So a lot of ports are available, open, and also it's also for not only for external user to access to your internal application or database, but also for the user to access to the external application like your cloud application. And then this also will attract a lot of different malicious access, especially hacker will prefer to come in to actually knock the door, like SSH in, right? To actually go to your port and your IP, they can detect it, they can actually access to it. So what actually we're trying to say here is we want to actually understand the current environment that actually is no longer same with like 20 years ago, right? So let's take a look. This is NVIDIA GTX 1060. So I think when you take a first glance of it, this is the gaming, right? You are using for gaming. I believe probably from your heart, you're using for others' purpose. I think some of you may be using for mining, right? Bitcoin, right? So this is very powerful because it's not running on CPU, but we're talking about GPU. So how fast of GPU? Okay, so later I will show you. So for this price of the graphic card is about 200 USD. For any e-commerce website, you can get it. It's very easy. So if you use this to hack a password, you can actually hack about 669 million password guessing per second. Okay, it's very, very fast. It can be guess your password in a few seconds. And what about this? If let's say you have a 8 slot, this one will be times 8. So you have multiple times than this 669 million, right? So what actually we're trying to do here is we want to know that this is already available in the market. Someone actually can easily hack to your environment with the password cracker, right? The software is open source. Everything actually you can download from the website. Any website you can do, right? It's free. It's a free way. So let's do a little bit of tests, okay? Maybe you have a mobile phone with yourself or laptop or tablet, and try to go into this website, passwordmonster.com, all right? So what actually I would like you to do here is put in your own password and try to check how long it's going to crack your password. So probably I give you around 5 seconds, you try to enter your password. So think about your stronger password and some of your probably you think that is quite weak, you can try to test. You can check how long it's going to hack your password. So it's worth to know, are you going to change your password maybe for today? So some of my audience test it is actually taking 3 seconds. 3 seconds to hack the password, your current password. Okay? Right, so yeah, just give a try. Anyone can try. Anyone can try. You have your mobile video, you have your data, you have your tablet, you have your laptop. You can try. Key in your password, 6 digit, 8 digit, 12 digit. If you have a very long password, 20 digit, you can try also. Yeah, even sometimes we try a 20 digit password. It's going to hack in a second. Within a second. Yeah. So after you try, you know yourself, right? How long is going to hack your password? Some actually is years, some is actually 3 months, some actually is like 20 years. Yeah, it depends on how you set your password. So here actually telling us that the password is no longer secure. So password technology is used by 20 years ago. Since 20, 30 years ago, we already have a password technology. So how actually we enhance this? Later I have a slide to give you some information about this. But let's take a look about the password here. So if let's say one of the users have the password called orange, so we use the method called common word attack. So how long do you think that it's going to hack the password? 3 seconds. 0 seconds. 0 seconds is going to hack this password. It's useless at all. So if let's say we're going to have a little bit complex password, okay, with the dictionary attack method. So what do you guess? How long we're going to hack it? 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3. Okay, so it's 95 seconds, 95.1 seconds. Exactly, it's very fast because we are using the latest graphic card and technology to hack it. So now we have a more complex password with the brute force attack. So I think everyone know about brute force attack, right? They would try to tam it, million times or billion times. So this is about 4 hours. 4 hours Very risky. So every 4 hours, you have to change your password. This is very risky. Okay, let's take a look. You have a quite complex password. You have one capital, symbols. You have a alphanumeric here. Then we use the method called brute force attack. So how long has it taken? 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, 7 hours. Okay, it's 1 year. Okay, so this kind of password, yes, it's a bit more secure, but then it's not enough secure to protect your environment. So we have another one, more complex, with the longer password is about 8 to 12 characters, and actually this one is 95 million years. It doesn't mean that this is secure for life, because you can see that a lot of hackers, they will use social engineering, email phishing. They can get your password through a lot of different methods, right? So let's come to this. So according to Verizon, so most of the data breach is coming from the stolen credential, right? So a lot of time that you can see that the social engineer will get the password by actually sending the email phishing to actually retrieve all these credentials. So, and also somehow they also set some weak password, right? So for that weak password, they actually can hack it, and they actually can enter through the firewall or through the VPN to access to the internal network, or they can access to your important application. So of course, a lot of hackers, right, they will not opt for the difficult way. Imagine if you have very good firewall, IPS, IDS, they will not going to opt those like hack into your firewall, but instead they will use the more easy way, send up the email phishing and get the credential. That is more easy way and more efficient. Okay, so from here, you can see that from yourself, you can ask yourself, how many password login ID you need to remember? So for me, easily, I have 30 over login password I need to remember. So how can I remember so many password? So in order for you to remember 30 over login and password, first of all, so in your heart, you might thinking that you're going to set the same password, right? So I believe maybe you only have 5 passwords, but you're going to access of over 30 over application. So you're going to set the same password. And then secondly, you're going to write down your password, right? Because you cannot remember, you need to write down. And most of the time you set some easy remember password, like my last girlfriend birthday, my last car, my last pet name, right? And also a lot of things that can relate to you. So all this information we can easily get from social media, right? So when I able to get those info, I have a chance to hack in to your account. That is the risk of managing a complex identity. So let's come back to here. So of course, this is what I said just now. You're actually going to set a different password, write down the password. You will see that employee like to, write down in the sticky note everywhere in the cubicles, stick here and there, and under the keyboard, under the punch tag everywhere. And then they will tend to use the, they also tend to use the previous password. Okay, all this actually is violating the password policy. Right, so how actually we're going to address this later on? I have some slide to actually to give you some information. And also, one of the things is the identity or password management is really a challenges here, because imagine after the long holiday, especially Christmas, right? You have a few weeks holiday, you come back, I'm sure you forgot especially your Active Directory account, your login account. You call the help desk, ask for the reset password. Yeah, that actually is norm, right? So when you have a lot of person call for the password reset through the help desk, then your help desk actually have the more heavier workload. They just need to only focus on the password reset every day for that. And also there's a risk if, let's say, the password or reset is not giving to the right audience. So what actually we're having here is we will introduce a self-service password reset, whereby the user, they can actually reset the password by themselves. So that actually is more efficient way, right? It's not only, via the email, like email one-time password, they actually can verify themselves, but we use some technology called identity proofing. We can even use fingerprinting, face recognitions, All these is parametrics way to validate the user identity. Okay, let's take a look about toothbrush. So I always say to my audience, password is like toothbrush. Why? You're going to choose a good toothbrush, right? Every time you have a toothbrush, right? So second, do you share your toothbrush to others? So remember, don't share the password to others, even your wife, your husband, right? Or your girlfriend, boyfriend. No, no way. Don't share that, okay? So of course, you are not going to share the toothbrush to others, right? And also, you change the toothbrush every 3 months. That is the norm, right? So I think someone actually change toothbrush is 1 year or 2 years. There's some person to do that. This is not a best practice. In best practice for password management, you should change every at least 3 months. Yeah, that actually is a best practice. So identity is a key to zero trust security. So what actually we meant that? So first of all, for the basic concept, right? We actually don't assume trust. So no trust, zero trust. That's why we're coming of the zero trust technology here. And also, you need to maintain every single access point. So we're talking about also physical access point, not only physical, but also the logical access, your VPN, your software, everything, right? And also not trusting everyone. Yeah. So even though just now my photo is wrong, right? Basically, if you're using that photo to log in, no way, right? You can actually, that is not me. But if using the real face to log in, yes, you can actually have a more identity proofing. It's more convincing. And next thing, actually, we're talking about the least privilege, right? So when you delegate an access right to a person, you actually should give whatever is needed, right? Nothing more, nothing less. So that actually is coming for the zero trust methodology. And also you need to mitigate the access surface, attack surface. For example, you need to minimize the possible damage, and you need to actually slow down the progress of the potential attack. For example, if let's say you can detect someone actually trying to access to your network, if let's say you can do a detection and also you can stop it immediately, then will be good. So how actually you leverage that? Then actually there's a technology we call risk-based. So later on I will describe more. And also identity is everything. So imagine when you log into anything, you need identity, you need a password, right? So identity is a key for the entire kingdom. So if you introduce an identity as your entire kingdom, right, then you need to have a strong authentication like multi-factor or two-factor authentication. Okay, so this is a component of zero trust architecture. So we have this least privilege access. So you just only grant the access as needed, right? So this is the micro segmentation. So you need to maintain a separated protocol for different access based on different role and based on their different department and unit, right? So that actually is part of the principle of micro segmentations, and introduce a multi-factor authentication. So never trust, but verify. So how you verify? With a multi-factor, like your SMS OTP, like your smartphone apps tokens, face recognitions, and biometrics, right? And also you need to control for the application API. Not every is not when you have application to be exposed to internally or externally. So you actually need to have a gateway to protect it. So that actually be coming from the API control. So whenever you detect any kind of a malicious access, like probably the attacker attack it, like deny of services, you can immediately to throttle the user access. So the user no longer able to access to the API, even though a non-human account like a machine, right? So of course, this is another thing is called adaptive, which actually will have a machine learning and AI here to learn the user behavior, right? So for example, Frederick coming to office at 8 a.m. to 5 p.m., right? So another colleagues coming for 4 a.m. and then they go back at another 4 p.m., right? Doesn't mean that another colleague come at 4 a.m. is malicious access, even though it's morning, right? Probably they just need to come early because it's jam, right? When they come to office. So that actually we call a dynamic or heuristic user access. Okay, so IAM, zero trust security. IAM actually stands for identity access management. So it's also say that I need a zero trust security, right? I am security, trust, security. So for zero trust security, we have a few pillars here. So first of all, we have an identity here. So of course, for a lot of time, right, from your infrastructure, first of all, your identity is the first one to be protected. So how you create the account, how do you automate the account creation for your IT staff, for your internal employee, or for even for your external vendor to access to your environment. And after you create the account, the next thing you need to do is for the identity governance. So what is identity governance? Identity governance, actually, we have a concept for the access review to review who actually access to what. For example, Frederick actually access to VPN. Frederick have access to a Salesforce system, right? And also rest of system. So every quarter, right, we actually need to verify the access of this user to make sure he actually has a legitimate access of the system, right? So the review actually is a process and also a practice to prevent the hackers. You know, someone actually have a excessive access. That is one of the way to protect it. And also we were talking about the privileged identity. So the privileged identity here is we're talking about the root account, super user account, admin account. So for example, if Frederick having the admin account, he can do everything in the system, especially DB account, right? A VMware account. So he can actually destroy everything from your database, destroy everything from your server, right? Using the admin. That's why we need to have a strong governance. We need to have an ID automation, lifecycle management to manage those privileged identity. And also, we do need to set up the rules to actually to provide who actually can access to what based on their role. For example, for IT security, they actually access to the IT security product, right? So for finance department, they only can access to the finance department application. So no more, no rest. That actually is the least privilege. And then the access here, we are talking about the access management. So for access management, most of the time we will also think about the operation efficiency. We actually will promote the SSO. So the user actually can SSO to the target application without remember so many passwords just now. Remember just now, you see a lot of password, right? So you should introduce the SSO for them to single sign on to your platform. But then a lot of customers to ask me, Frederick, SSO basically is the single key to entire kingdom. How do you protect it, right? So good question. So with SSO is not enough, but you need to combine with the multi-factor or two-factor authentication to verify who you are, right? So that's why we are zero trust. We are zero trust platform here. We trust but verify, right? Then we have also have a mobile device, tablets, laptop to control. That also the access management as well. Then we come to inside here. We also have a SIM, and SIM actually to help you to correlate this identity to know that who actually hacking to your platform. And with that, actually, we can correlate with the different infrastructure like firewall and also others infrastructure. So file integrity monitoring here also monitor the identity, the access to the file. There is no, that also promote the non-reputation access to the file system to make sure those users actually accountable for those access authorization modifications. And we do have a privileged account activity monitoring. Okay, this is very important, especially when the vendor come into your environment. You need to have a very, very strong monitoring. Means that you need to have a very detailed monitoring, including to have a video recording on whatever they're doing in your system. So that is important, because if something happen in the system without a trace, without a video recording, then that's the risk, right? So you actually can use that. And also change monitoring, that actually something that you're being changed, then actually you're going to actually to detect it, who changed it, yeah, and also when it's going already changed, and how do you reverse back the changes. So all this actually is part of the insight here. And also the data analytics for identity and access is important to have an overview of who actually access to what and what they access to. Okay. Okay, I give you some example of the IAM use cases or identity use cases in zero trust. So first of all, this is, I'm not sure you can see this clearly or not. Okay, this is the HR system. So remember when you actually join any organizations, so your account will be created in the HR system, or we call a source of trust. So from this source of trust, we will actually to create the account in the identity lifecycle management. And of course, this is also part of the provisioning part. We also will provision the user into AD and email exchange. So in day one, you already have the AD account and email. So you can log into your laptop or desktop directly with this identity lifecycle management. So of course, when you going to access to application 1, 2, 3, so you actually going to ask for the approval. So there's a workflow approval in the identity lifecycle management. So someone or superior need to approve it before actually you can access to that target system, right? So that actually is coming from the identity lifecycle. So once you already got the account created, the next thing here is you're going to log in, right? So you log into your laptop and then with the AD, because you already got the AD username password, and then you can trying to log in to this system. So like email, application 1, 2, 3, based on the approval. So we will actually provide a single sign-on to this target application without need to remember the password. And then we actually have some of the method for the integration here. And we will also to integrate this with the two-factor or multi-factor authentication server. So this also will help you to provide another layer, like when you log in, not only using username password, but we're using the smartphone tokens, SMS. You have other choice like face recognitions, fingerprinting. That actually is included under the 2FA and MFA here. And also we do have a adaptive risk-based authentication. Is based on the different criteria and factors and context. So what we have here, so once you have account access, you can log in, and then the next thing is we will do the review, right? We review this access periodically to make sure the user actually have the right access and legitimate access to the system. And at the same time, if let's say they doesn't need the access anymore, so we will revoke the access, especially when you delegate the access, VPN access for your employee, right? So during COVID, everyone will be VPN in. But now people starting moving back to the office, so you need to think about the access review to review those stuff that doesn't need a VPN, to remove them from the VPN access. So that actually is an access review. And also the privileged account management also help you to manage those systems here to make sure the right user to access with the admin account, super user account or root account. So this is also part of the PAM technology. Okay, so the other part actually we call the access review with the adaptive identity lifecycle management. So for a lot of time for access certification, access review, most of the customer, they would, if without a tools, without a solution, normally they will do it using an Excel file, right? They will list out all the access right in the Excel file and send to the superior or business admin for the review. So what actually the hacker can do here is they actually, before the access review or access certification done, they actually can log in and create another account. For example, external window, right? They can create another account and then they use the new account to do something. After that, they delete this account without anyone knowing it. So this is happening when they have a manual access review. So a lot of time there is a risk to a previous creep, previous escalations and misuse identity and the stolen identity. So this is what we don't want to happen in our in our environment. So what actually we having here is the identity lifecycle management. We can detect those users that manually create the user account in the system, especially in your AD, in your application database. And then we actually can ask for the reviewer to review it. So whether this account is that a legitimate account creations or no, right? So we actually can ask for the reviewer to review it. And if this is not the account is to be created, then actually it can be asked for the revocations. So after that, we can get the identity lifecycle to revoke in real time. So all this actually we detect in real time. Everything will be able to get it done in real time. Okay, so multi-factor authentication also a key for a zero trust. So what actually we have a three-dimensional here. So something you have. So something you have is something like your tokens, your software tokens, smartphone, your smart card, and something you know actually is your PIN, password, chain response, question answer, and some others are password stuff here. And something you are actually is the biometrics natural to you, like fingerprinting, your face, your vein, right? Iris, everything's about yourself, right? So this is the practice of the multi-factor authentication. So this is what I explained just now, all the method you should have. So for practice, you should at least have 2 dimensions, right? You can choose one of the dimension, you at least have 2. But for now, we are talking about 3 dimensions. You should have one from something you have, something you know, and something you are. That is the most powerful identity here with the multi-factor. So what is the best method for the zero trust? So of course, hard token is one of it, no doubt. But then hard token has some limitations. They have a battery life. You're going to replace the hard token soon, probably in 1 or 2 years. So the most efficient way actually is the time-based OTP using a soft token, whereby you actually key in the 6-digit number normally. And you do have out of the bank apps here, which using the soft token, whereby you actually can introduce the passwordless login using this app by using the push notification. And we do have a card authentication using the proximity card. And also we do also able to provide the NFC. If you know about RFID, right? Normally we use an NFC authentication. And we do a PIN pad reader, SMS, FIDO, U2F key, and also the biometric way, fingerprinting, and the face recognitions. So this is the risk-based access control, especially when you have different persona is going to access to your system, right? So we know that this user is coming from which like IP address coming from where, geolocation, where are they from? Is that from Philippines or other country? Profile history, device fingerprinting, user cookies and HTTP header and many others. So this is the application and resources they're going to access. So we go through this risk engine to evaluate everything here, and then we will define whether they have a high risk, medium risk, and low risk. And based on that risk scoring, we will able to give them the access. Like low risk, normally we give allow access. Medium risk, we will set up authentication. If high risk, of course, most of the time we will deny access. For up, we will ask for more authentication. So if let's say you're using smartphone to log in, then we will ask more fingerprinting or others. Okay. Right. So this is the scenario of the risk space in the real life. For example, the user trying to use access from the window, from your laptop or from the desktop in Philippines, locations Philippines, and we detect the time is 11 a.m. So everything is look fine because it's actually located here, and also in this building as well, we can detect a geofencing, a geolocation. If let's say the user log in from this building, they can access without any constraint. All right. So second, actually we try to detect the user try to log in from their home using a new device and also using a different browser, which is not a default browser, which is IE or Chrome in the office. And the location is still Philippines, but the time is 11 p.m., which is nighttime. So we detect this kind of so-called suspicious parameter here. Then we actually will do a step-up authentication, right? So what is the step-up authentication here is we will prompt more to FA to verify the user, which is we implement the zero trust here. We trust but verify, right? So, and also we will try to prompt them the biometrics way like fingerprinting and face recognition. So the access granted after the validation done. And then we have another use cases, which is a suspicious access from a different country using a new device. For example, they log in from Russia. Then they're using Mozilla Firefox, right? And also the login time is 2 a.m. morning. Yeah, so you don't have any employee based on Russia, then you can know that this is really a true malicious access. So what you need to do here is you can deny the access using the risk space. So all this actually is done by the engine, the risk engine itself, without need a human intervention. So this is also part of the, also can integrate with the machine learning tools, which is our UEBA tools. You actually can learn the user behavior and also give the scoring, and also give the user access with the risk level. And this is a VPN login that actually I mentioned just now. So whenever user try to log into your VPN system, you can actually try to prompt them a two-factor. It can be smartphone OTP, it can be a push notification. So once they key in the OTP or verify with a smartphone, then only they can log into the VPN. So this is the way that actually help you to protect your VPN login with the 2FA. And also the window login, for every machine window workstation, you actually can use the 2FA to authenticate the user before they can log in. So nowadays, we actually talking about passwordless login or fictional login. That we doesn't need to key in any password. What we need to provide just a username, and then immediately we can log in from click the push notification from the smartphone, and then the user can log in. Or else we actually can use a biometrics way, right? Scan the fingerprint, and also use the face recognitions to log into the laptop or the desktop. So this is also one of the great example. So this is one of the use cases of the zero trust passwordless login. So what I described just now is this is the use cases. So the user just need to enter the user name, and then they will have a multi-factor to choose here. Especially when they choose smartphone, they will receive the notification here. So I think it's a little bit blur here. So you have an accept or decline here, right? So you have an accept and decline here, and then after you click accept, automatically you can log into your Windows desktop without any problem. So that actually is our zero trust password login. Okay, so now come to Q&A. Thank you.
So thank you very much, Sir
Frederick.
Frederick. Please come over here.
Oh, sure.
Kindly take that seat.
Oh, sure. Thanks.
Okay. So while we are waiting as well for our own seat, so thank you very much for sharing your knowledge about that identity key to zero trust security. And we learned a lot. And we will just wait for those questions being raised to our online, as well as for those questions that has been raised. Take a seat, partner. Yan. Parang tuloy tayong we're actually on a talk show for this meantime.
Okay, thanks.
So, do we have other questions that has been raised from our from those online participants?
Mm-hmm.
As you were saying a while ago, you have mentioned that the agent itself do the something where it's like the last slide that you have showed to us. So meaning that there's no need for the intervention. You have mentioned that there's no human intervention about that matter, right?
Yes. Passwordless login. Yes.
That's the last part. That the power or the how did you say it again?
Passwordless.
Passwordless.
Yes.
Okay. So do we have any questions for this particular topic for this morning?
Or anyone from our...
And anyone from the group?
Yep.
So as we had mentioned a while ago, if you wanted to raise your question, if you're hesitant to raise your question, you could actually write it down on a piece of paper, and someone would just roam around and pick that piece of paper of yours with that written question that you have on hand.
Or they can scan the QR code.
Oh, yeah, they could actually scan the QR code.
Yep.
Or join the slido.com, or spelled as Sierra Lima India Delta Oscar dot Charlie Oscar Mike. Okay. So do we have any questions online? Okay, we do have this first question from Anonymous. How will you help us prioritize what data needs to be protected and help us continuously manage data across the agency from a zero trust perspective?
Okay. So can I answer it? Okay. Yeah. All right. So, okay, for us to protect your data in your environment, so usually we need to actually understand what kind of data. You need to tell us your data classifications, right? What is the classifications will be normally will be top secret, public, and private. So all these criteria we need to evaluate first, and then of course for the top level one, we will use a more method or so-called multi-factor. Especially, I mentioned just now, we have 3 dimensions multi-factor, we need to compile, right? What you have, what you are, and what you know. So all this actually need to combine together to protect the higher or top level classification data. So that actually how we introduce to the user, how we protect the sensitive data, especially when you need to have a probably GDPR Data Protection Act, right? So this is one of the important, not only protect the internal data, but also protect your citizen data, right? Yeah.
So it's like you were saying that we have to ensure or assess what particular data that we have to really secure. So in order for us to have that thing with us.
Yeah.
You have anything to say,
sure.
my dear?
We have another question.
Yeah.
So can we integrate your AIM products in existing systems?
Yeah, so for IAM products, we can integrate with any kind of system. So we have the out-of-the-box driver or connector. Yeah, normally we call this a connector to your in-house developed apps that you're storing the data, your username, your user account in the database, to your AD, to your firewall, to your IPS, IDS, and do your finance system, the core system, or your HR system, or do your security system. We actually can integrate with it. We have a lot of different connector to it.
So as you were saying, it's like that there would be no issue when it comes to compatibility.
Yes.
So your product would actually can be integrated, can work well with any kind of existing system that an office or a unit could have.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So we do have another questions for you. What is your breach notifications policy? And do you have a backup plan if our main identity management platform goes down?
Okay. So for the breach notification policy here, most of the time we will notify the administrator, probably the IT security admin via the email, SMS, or even you can through Viber or WhatsApp line that actually can integrate with the system itself. And then the backup plan for us to protect the identity access management, of course, we will follow the best practice, always with the high availability. So, and also with the DR. So this is the basic things that we need to set up to protect and also to prevent the identity access management platform go down, right? And also, even though the whole infrastructure tear down, you don't have network access at all. So in our IAM, we do have an offline access or off the network access. You can authenticate and log into your workstation or laptop without need to connect it to any network. We have an offline access. Yeah.
So it's like that you were saying that's the edge of your product because
Yes.
even though if they're offline, you could still be
Yeah.
connected and check those problems that arise.
Yeah. We can access to it.
Partner, there's another question.
Yes, do you have an assessment method to categorize the level of importance of the data?
Yeah, actually, we do have data security here. It's not identity access management. So for the data security here, we will have some kind of like the data classifications management tools to classify all your data based on the sensitivity and the privacy of the data. So all this actually will be able to done it using that tools. So that is the somehow is a method for us to categorize the level of the importance of the data. This is another topic more on the data security. Yeah.
So it's like you were saying, it's the agent itself will be the one to do it without the human intervention. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, it actually is a tools. We have a tools to do it, to classify all this data. So this topic is more on the data security. It's not in the identity access management. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I hope that question of yours has
Yep.
been answered well. Is there any more other questions from our online? Or if not, do our participants here physically present do have your own questions that you wanted to raise? Baka meron po? Wala? So do we have still other questions that we have online? So Frederick, it's really very important to really always make ourselves secure with by having our identity secured by not, as you have mentioned a while ago, the three factors:
Yes.
what you know, what you have, and what you What's the other one?
What you are.
What you are.
Yes.
Because if it's a way of sharing it to others, surely your identity
Yeah.
could actually be ruined by anyone, right?
Yes. The three principles here: change your password occasionally, don't share your password, like don't share your toothbrush, right? And choose a good password.
So that's the best practices that we should always be mindful. And that's really a big thing that you have shared with us for this morning. So do we have any other questions online? Well, so since no questions for this morning,
Okay.
it's been our gratitude that having you here for sharing the
My
knowledge, Frederick.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for
Thank you very
gracing
much.
me.
Thank you,
Thank
sir.
you very much, guys. Thank you.
So a big round of applause for Frederick for sharing his knowledge about identity key to zero trust security. Okay. So partner, while we are maybe the next speaker that we'll have for this morning, baka pwede muna nating pasalamatan yung ating mga naggogopuhan na gagandahan dito mga proponent at sponsors for this morning. We do have actually here on our slide.
Yes.
Simulan mo, partner.
Doon sa katatapos lang, syempre,
Oo.
may hinihintay tayo from them yung handling.
Ano yan? May hinihintay ka kanina doon sa handling?
Hindi, handleaf yung tumbler. Ayan.
Tumbler.
So next is Lenovo.
Okay. So we actually here on the slide that we have the Brainstorm, syempre yung kanina nagsalita, Brainstorm Technologies Incorporated.
Surface has just exponentially increased, making it harder to predict the next cyber attack. Your business continuity is at risk, along with
Also NetPlay
and
Incorporated.
operational efficiency. Impact is a declining growth.
Again, the Handling Incorporated.
Connects Philippines Incorporated or Macrologic.
Secure Age Technology Pta Ltd.
Cisco Systems Philippines.
Fortnite Security Philippines Incorporated.
Trellix.
Office Information Technology Services Philippines or Sites Phil.
RevLV Solutions Incorporated.
TechEd Global Academy.
Raymond Nunes, Red Rock IT Solutions.
Mara Labs or 8-Layer Technologies.
Ardent Network Incorporated.
Microsoft Philippines.
Contact Point Incorporated.
Citrix.
And Wide Integrated Solution Expert Corporation or WISE Corp.
Ang dami nating partners na nandito ngayon. So thank you very much for being with us for this morning. So syempre, hindi na natin patatagalin, partner. Our next speaker for this morning will actually be sharing about addressing the human challenge in protection, detection, and response. So it's actually really interrelated with the first one that we
Yes.
that we just finished for this morning. So bigay mo na, partner, and introduce mo na yung ating next resource speaker for this morning.
Okay, so our next resource speaker has been 6 years in cybersecurity industry, enabling partners and distributors to understand and position cybersecurity products, helping customers to understand the emerging threats and best practices for their organization in terms of cybersecurity. From Sophos Security Solutions Engineer, let us welcome Sir Ray Edward Teodoro from NetPlay Incorporated.
Sir Ray Edward Teodoro. So once again, we would like again to thank our very generous individuals or entities that we have present around. Again, the Bravestone Technologies Incorporated, NetPlay Incorporated, Hardlink Incorporated, Connects Philippines Incorporated, Macrologic. Thank you very much. Huwag po magtatampo yung iba, mamaya po babanggitin ko ulit sila. So once again, a big round of applause for Sir Ray Edward Chidaro.
Hello, good morning, everyone. So once again, I'm Ed Teodoro. I'm a security solutions engineer from Sophos, and I'm with NetPlay, our distributor. So for this morning, I'll be discussing about how we address the challenges of in terms of the human side in terms of cybersecurity. No? So for this morning, ito yung topic natin. It's because we have so many cybersecurity solutions, but somehow there's a missing concept na, wait, there's another layer of vulnerability na nakakalimutan natin, which is people. Okay? So for this morning, I'll be discussing some of the vulnerabilities that people do and how we improve them. Okay? So number one is humans are the weakest link. So 95% of all cybersecurity attacks or cyber attacks involve ang tao. So last time when I was creating this slide, I was having a dinner with the family. So busy ako noon, tapos tinanong nila, ano daw ba yung ginagawa ko? So, ayun, explain ko. Ginagawa ko araw-araw bilang isang cybersecurity engineer. And ayun, of course, kailangan natin i-orient yung mga people. Of course, hindi naman lahat ng tao IT. So, kailangan talaga natin i-explain sa kanila in layman's terms kung ano yung nangyayari, ano yung mga risk kapag nag-click ka ng link, ano yung pwedeng mangyari, para itong 95% na to, napakalaki kasi nito. Ibig sabihin, tao talaga is the weakest link. Nagtanong pa ako, sabi ko, tayo, ano ba Tagalog sa weakest link? Sagot ba naman sa akin, marupok? Anong marupok? So, pero napansin ko din when it comes to cybersecurity, yung pagiging marupok, it's not yung, para galit ka, susuyuin ka, okay na ako. When it comes to cybersecurity, yung pagiging marupok is nakakita tayo ng malicious, or hindi pala, nakakita tayo ng email, may discount voucher ka, i-claim mo. Or, your password has been compromised. Kiklik mo agad yung link, ay teka, reset ko na agad to. Without thinking na yun pala yung magpapahamak sa atin. Okay? So this is a source from IBM Cybersecurity na 95% ng successful cyber attacks involve ang tao. Naniniwala ba tayo, ma'am, na marupok tayo as a person? Yes. And of course, ang pagiging marupok kasi, if hindi tayo educated to do that, most likely mafu-fall victim tayo. Alright? So, in terms of being a victim, para sa mga admins naman natin, when it comes to securing and configuring our firewalls, our DLP, our file systems, syempre hindi nawawala din yung accidentally lost nung ating mga credentials or ating mga files mismo. Or as we are coming to the digital transformation, cloud systems, it's easy to spawn up a cloud server nowadays. It only takes 1 to 2 minutes of your time. Meron ka ng server sa cloud. And this dynamic changes, it happens a lot of misconfigurations na i-encounter natin yan. So ngayon, I'll be presenting a solution or some of our products kung paano natin itong mako-conquer or magkakaroon tayo ng awareness towards it. Okay? So the second challenge in terms of human as the weakest link is the challenge in terms of retaining our top talents in cybersecurity. Okay? So here in the Philippines, so our Vanson Bourne, our third party, it's an independent research facility of us, has created or has done a survey across 500 or 5,600 employees. And the result was 40% of the organizations of the IT managers are saying na nahihirapan sila na makakuha ng mga talented cybersecurity staff. And 61% already outsourced some of their IT security because of this challenge. And then, of course, 77% sa kanila, they want to outsource na din. It's because of the scarcity in the talent. So 77% of the organizations today wants or plans to have their cybersecurity outsourced. So balikan natin yung pagiging marupok ng mga tao. Okay? As a person, intindihin natin muna, in terms of cybersecurity, kung paano nakakapasok ang mga attacks dun sa system natin. Okay? So this is a typical cyber kill chain. So ganito pumapasok ang ransomware, ganito nagkakaroon ng mga virus yung mga computers natin. So first, okay, step number 1, usually ang mga hackers, they will be using the spray and pray technique. So ngayon, magsesend sila ng mga phishing emails. So lahat yan, wala silang pipiliin na target muna. Of course, they can do spear phishing, but most of them, they just spray and pray. Kung sino yung makakapag-open ng email na to, nitong attachment na to, mag-click ng link na to, okay, customer na kita. So, naniniwala kayo na humans are the weakest link? Sino yung may una na touch point dito? Diba? Kung hindi mo na-open yung link, hindi mo na-open yung email, alam mo na suspicious to, hindi mo na yan gagalawin, i-report mo na yan sa IT admin. But of course, tao lang tayo, marupok, nakakita, Lazada voucher. Diba? Ba't di ko i-try? Or, nakita ko, nanalo ako dito sa bingo, e-bingo. Ba't hindi ko i-claim? Okay? And then the rest is history. Once kasi, na let's say for example, malicious link, papunta dun sa web server ng criminal yan, or let's say a document, yung document na yan, pag nirun natin yan, it contains an exploit kit. Okay? So these exploit kits, they tend to scan our computers and servers para sa mga vulnerabilities. Yung mga vulnerabilities na to, ano ba to? Ano ba tong mga vulnerabilities na sinasabi ko? It may be an unpatched na OS, unpatched or hindi na-update na application, and then of course, misconfigurations like open ports na pwede natin gamitin at pwede din magamit ng mga hackers. Okay? So kapag nagawa na nila yon and they establish a footprint dun sa mga computers natin, sa servers, so the rest is history. Kapag nakapag-communicate na yan dun sa mga hackers servers nila, so padala na lang sila ng command. Ano yung gagawin? Mag-exfiltrate ba tayo ng data, ng file? Or, sige, bagsakan na natin ang ransomware yan, okay na ako. Okay? And speaking of phishing, it still remains the biggest attack vector para sa atin ngayon. Okay? Even FBI states that there was a 400 increase year by year sa phishing emails. Okay? So it's still effective. That's why we must be ready. Even hindi mo kailangan naman maging IT, hindi mo naman kailangan maging engineer para makapag-spot ng phishing. Okay? And there's a saying in ethical hacking that to beat the hacker, you must think like one. So kaya ngayon, meron ng mga solutions na nagbibigay education sa mga end users natin. Like for example, we call this the fish threat para kay Sopos, pero other vendors has it too naman. So this type of security products, this emulates kung ano yung ginagawa ng mga hackers. So instead of the hackers hacking our or sending phishing emails, we will be also sending phishing emails dun sa mga users natin. Okay? So after natin mag-send ng phishing emails dun sa mga users natin, kapag nag-fall victim sila, na-click nila yung link, na-open nila yung attachment, papasok ngayon sila sa training. So we will be training them, enhancing their awareness na kapag nag-click ka ng link, meron kang fill out na form, pwedeng manakaw yung password mo, or pwedeng ma-ransomware yung buong organization natin. So there are trainings like that. And of course, we will measure it. Kasi hindi naman lahat fast learner. Tulad ko, ilang beses na ako nabibiktima ng spam. Ewa, cybersecurity engineer pa ako. So nakaka-click ako ng link, pero yun nga, at least meron tayong awareness kasi they tend to get more and more realistic. Kaya example ko kanina, password expired, Lazada voucher, nadali ako doon eh. No? So I was redirected to a link. Pero yung nakita ko na yung link na, oy, teka, alam ko na kasunod dito, humihingi ng credential ng credit card, humihingi ng password. So, most likely, dun ko lang na-spot. Pero, if I'm not aware na na-redirect ako sa mga hackers web servers, yari ako. Goodbye savings, tapos baka mamaya, magbago na yung profile picture ko sa Facebook or sa ibang social media. So again, we will be measuring. Hindi kasi lahat is fast learner. Para makita natin yung effectiveness ng isang cybersecurity product or tulad nito sa atin, na makikita natin, okay, nagiging aware na pala yung mga users ko. Over time, nakikita ko, konti na lang yung nahuhuli, tapos lahat sila nagre-report back na. Uy, may phishing email, report ko sa IT. So, for this product, so we are using real-world phishing techniques. Kung ano yung pinapadala ng mga hackers, pinapattern lang namin doon. So, for this one, so we have LinkedIn, may Gmail dyan, okay? Merong mga American Red Cross, so and much more. So many templates to choose from that emulates talaga kung ano yung mga nare-receive natin on a day-to-day basis, okay? Next example natin or next challenge natin is when it comes to accidental data loss. Okay? So, napakadaming mga examples na, for example, bigla na lang na-send yung email, no, na hindi intended para dun sa user na yun, or merong mga talagang sinasadya na lang nila na kumuha ng confidential information using USB sticks. So, the use of data loss prevention nowadays is very important, lalo na kung meron tayong inaalagaan ng mga confidential file. Okay? For us, of course, sa firewall natin, and of course, dito sa ating Intercept X with EDR, endpoint protection, and even other brands has it. Okay? So, you need to have a DLP to enable and prevent yung mga accidental data loss natin or even the intentional ones. Okay. And let's talk about cloud. So since we are embracing, it came from our president, we will be embracing digital transformation. And we must be careful of that because hindi naman bago yung mga attacks sa cloud. Okay? Sinabi dito ng Gartner na through 2023, it would be the customer's fault. Hindi ito para sisihin lahat ng mga customer ng cloud. It's because wala naman bagong attack sa cloud eh. Ang nangyayari, most of the attacks were due to misconfigurations. Merong naiwan open na port or naiwan publicly, pwede ma-access tong storage na to. So those were the types of data breaches na nangyayari. Yun yung nagiging root cause when it comes to the cloud. So that's why we have solutions like, So before we go to the solution, so these are the common misconfigurations na na-encounter ng mga organizations that is going into the cloud. So kung titignan nyo, sobrang basic lang, no? Unrestricted na outbound tsaka inbound ports, na-disable yung monitoring and logging, naiwan bukas yung ICMP, and of course, walang multi-factor authentication, and then that's why important din, no? Yung IAM kanina in terms of the overprivileged users para matrack natin. Okay? And if we'll be focusing on the cloud, so we have solutions nowadays. It's called Cloud Security Posture Management. So these types of products, minomonitor nila yung mga instances natin, yung mismong account natin sa GCP, sa Azure, tsaka sa AWS, if meron tayong mga misconfigurations. Okay? So this type of product, sila yung kumbaga nag-guide sa atin. Okay? Na let's say for example, oy, sir, meron kang misconfiguration dito, hindi ka nakapaglagay ng multi-factor authenticator. Yung isa mong user, overprivileged, pakibago naman. So this will serve as our body, no, na nagpapaalala sa atin sa misconfigurations natin in the cloud. And then of course, importante din na, di ba, ang mga cloud servers naman yan, before yan, on-prem yan eh. So kung ano yung protection na nasa on-prem, dapat nilalagyan pa din natin yung mga nasa cloud natin. It's because wala naman kasing bago na attack dyan. Same malware pa rin ang nakaka-apekto dyan. Kaya dapat same level of protection yung ino-offer natin sa ating mga cloud servers. Okay? So the next challenge here is that finding and retaining yung cybersecurity staff natin. Okay? Bakit naging challenge yan dito sa Philippines? Kasi yung iba nag-abroad. Pag nakita nila, ay, ang galing ko na dito para sa Pilipinas. Punta na ako abroad, mas malaki sahod. But it's all across the world naman. Or let's say, palitin natin Southeast Asia. It's because yung nature ng trabaho kasi natin as an IT admin, as an IT manager, ang dami nating talagang tinatouch on na mga points eh. Iba't iba, lalo na retail, manufacturing, government, of course. So iba-iba yung tinatouch or mga specialties natin. That's why, when it comes to cybersecurity, medyo mahirap kasi siyang tahakin eh. Napakaliit na tunnel niya and hindi siya ganun ka-diverse. This is a specialty ng career mo. And when it comes to cybersecurity framework, no, there's protect, detect, and respond. So ito yung sinasabi na framework na dapat natin sundin as per National Institute of Standards and Technology. So let's go to the protect. Yung protect, ito na yung ginagawa ng mga endpoint protection natin. Okay? This is good in stopping threats. Okay? Yung mga malware, mga anti-ransomware, anti-exploit. So dito mag-fall yan sa protect. So okay, good. Na-stop na natin yung threat, but what's next? Okay? Ano yung susunod natin gagawin? Stop lang ba natin ang stop yan? Let's say for example, there's already been a week na paulit-ulit na de-detect ko to. Although na-detect, that's good. Na-stop natin yan. In terms of detection and respond, this is where we proactively search kung ano yung root cause, ano yung mga vulnerabilities na in-exploit ng hacker para makapasok siya. Let's say, for example, yung buong IT infrastructure natin, bahay natin yan. Tapos, meron tayong nakikita na, let's say, alarm, no? Although na-stop naman, meron tayong nakita doon na hindi naman siya nakapasok. But there is someone trying, no, na makapasok dun sa ating bahay. So, titigil na lang ba tayo na, sige, hindi naman siya makakapasok. Okay, yung lock natin dyan eh. Hindi naman siya makakapasok eh. There will come a time na makakakita yan ng butas, na ibang butas, or let's say for example, mag-fail yung lock na yun, makakapasok at makakapasok yan. That's why in terms of detection and respond, Sa perimeter pa lang natin, aaralin na natin, titignan na natin yung mga malicious activities and events na nangyayari sa IT infrastructure natin or dun sa pinoprotect natin na bahay. Okay? So, finding the root cause and taking an action for it. So, bottom line, let's say, pasimplihin natin, no? Meron akong nakitang attack, na-stop naman siya, so that's protect. Then, we need to detect. Finding the root cause, okay? Yung mga activities, and then, ano yung mga vulnerabilities na in-exploit niya. So, sa vulnerabilities na yon, okay, ipapatch up ko. Kaya pala paulit-ulit, hindi ko pala napatch yung server ko. And that's where the response comes in. Okay? And doing all of this in a very small team can be very handful, very tedious. So, there are organizations nowadays na since okay naman, sige, sundin natin ang NIST, there are two ways to do it. So, you build it on your own or you buy the services. Okay? Of course, if you're gonna build it on your own, you will self-manage it. Bili ka ng mga products. Ano yung products na kailangan mo for detection and response? EDR, XDR. And then, of course, kailangan mo ng mga tao. Diba? Kailangan mo ng SOC team, yung mga employees na magte-take charge over that 24/7, sila magko-conduct ng threat hunting, threat analysis, security analyst. And then, of course, yung process. Bibili tayo ng plays or mga playbooks kay MITRE doon sa mga cybersecurity organizations na gagamitin natin to run yung SOC natin or yung threat detection and response natin. And there's the other way around na mas madali. It's managed service. So you just need to buy the service. Let's say, for example, like our organization, Sophos, so we provide this managed service. Yung XDR tool or yung sinasabi kong detection and response kanina, kami na mag-handle nun. Okay? So weekly, magre-report na lang kami, sir, meron kaming nakita na suspicious activity. Okay? Kasi we collect the logs. Inaaral ng threat analyst namin yung mga logs. Kapag meron kaming nakita, nag-e-nmap. Nag-e-nmap pa lang, may patuloy lang nagpiping. Okay? Those are legal naman siya eh. Kumbaga, di ba? Mga legal process yan. Pero if nakikita namin or nung mga threat analyst namin na yung behavior na yan comes from a signature ng isang threat actor na pilit niya inaaral yung mga system ko, yung mga web servers ko, yung even na nasa loob, na chine-check lang kung ano yung mga ports na open, check niya kung ano yung OS nitong device na to. So, in a normal eye, wala namang masama dun. But if mga threat analyst yung titingnan dyan, so makikita nila na there is someone trying to take over this computer or server. So those are the types of activities na tinitignan ng MDR team namin or ng mga managed services. Okay? And of course, babalik din tayo dun sa pangalawang problema na if gonna build it on our own, yung paghanap tsaka pag-retain ng mga cybersecurity staff, it's really hard. Okay? So that's why we as Sophos, we decided to have these services onboarded. It's because napakahirap talaga humanap ng mga threat analyst, ng mga malware analyst, lalo na dito sa Philippines. Ilan lang sa atin dito, mga certified ethical hackers. Okay, yung mga certified and hindi pa talaga lahat sila nagpa-practice nun. Yung iba, naliligaw ng landas kasi mas malaki yung pera when it comes to black hat hacking. So, napaka-importante nitong services, no? Even across all vendors naman, if it fits your requirements, no? You must have, because this is somehow a pinnacle of the cybersecurity nowadays when we are talking about NIST, cybersecurity framework. Having a managed service, having someone to help you when, let's say, for example, 3 a.m. in the morning or Sunday morning, Saturday morning, may nag-report na, oy, may na-ransomware. Nag-spread na siya across our servers and computers. So is there someone from your team na kaya mag-take ng action in minutes? Okay? Is there someone ready para i-neutralize yung threat? Okay? And for us IT managers and IT personnel, there's no need to be shy. It's okay to ask for help and have these services. It's because when we have this type of services, even not from us, okay, generally speaking, we will be able to know then kung ano yung mga latest behavior ng mga threats. Okay? Kung paano sila nagte-take over sa loob ng isang server, paano sila nakakapasok. Because these types of services, i-explain nila naman yan eh. Paano nakapasok, ano yung mga in-exploit nila. So we can prevent it in the future. Okay? And as per Gartner, by 2025, 50% of organizations will be using MDR services for threat monitoring, detection, and response. Okay? So for us, Sophos, so yung service namin, it's a 24/7. This is human-led threat hunting, meaning we're not relying on AI. So we still rely, of course, for the XDR tool. But etong team namin, this is a team of experts, tao talaga yung makakausap ng mga customers namin na mag-a-avail nitong service na to. And then, we investigate suspicious activities, not just detections. Because yung detections, these detections, na-stop na yan ng anti-malware natin, ng endpoint protection natin. So, the activity, yung may nagtatry ba mag-login, may nagtatry ba mag-RDP. So, those types of activities, we collect it and we investigate it. And another advantage, if you'd be subscribing to our service, is that we can take action in behalf of the customer. Let's say, for example, holiday or Christmas Eve, ganyan, may ransomware or may data breach. So, we have a people na makakapag-take action in behalf of you. Hindi na kayo kailangan istorbohin na, sir, meron pong ransomware eh. Gawin nyo naman po to, ganyan-ganyan. Eh, teka, nasa Boracay ako eh. So, if you have this type of services, so we can take action in behalf of them. Kasi for example, 3 a.m., 4 a.m., nakita ng team namin, so we can neutralize the threat, apply those changes, and then bibigyan na lang kami ng report. Bibigyan na lang ng team namin kayo ng report. Okay? So yung operations team namin has threat analysts, threat hunters, and incident responders. So the threat analysts, sila yung nag-study ng mga latest trends ngayon, ano yung mga ransomware group, ano yung mga threat na mga uso or talagang latest, no? Sila kumbaga yung mga marites. So sila yung mga threat marites. The threat analysts, sila yung mga threat marites kasi lahat ng latest na mga techniques, sila yung umaalam nito. And then yung mga threat hunter, dun niya i-relay. Okay? Kay threat hunter, so ito yung mga latest na mga behavior nakita namin, ito yung ginagamit. Paki-take look nga dun sa system ng customer natin kung ano po yung ginagawa nila. Or kung meron bang suspicious activity na ganito, kasi ito yung narinig kong latest. And then, of course, the incident responder, sila na, once makita ni threat hunter na, ay, ito yung in-exploit niya, merong unpatched na application, meron unpatched na OS. So, si incident responder na, nang gagawa, take action. So, pwedeng i-terminate niya muna yung communication and then ipapapatch niya yung system dun sa mga admins natin. Okay? So this very busy slide over here is all of the products na kinakater namin. We're not just firewall, we're not just endpoint. So from end to end, we can cover the cybersecurity space, okay? From email, the cloud protection for the mobiles, servers, okay? And then of course, we also have yung mga switches na din ngayon tsaka mga wireless AP for the startups, okay? And all of these products, we can manage it in one console only. So that's the Sophos Central, okay? Isang cloud platform na lang yung gagamitin natin to manage all of this. Hindi na kailangan mag-altab-altab. Nasaan na nga ba yung wireless controller ko? Nasaan nga ba yung sa firewall, sa endpoint? So it's all in one platform. It's cloud-based. So anytime, anywhere, basta may internet ka, you can access it. Okay? And it's not just that. So we have this data lake. So lahat ng information, all of the logs, they correlate to each other. And then we can use all of those data to perform threat hunting. Okay? And not just that, we have this synchronized security wherein if you have, let's say for example, the firewall and then the endpoint, so they unlock a feature wherein they can automate an incident response. Nagka-malware yung endpoint, yung laptop, a-isolate yan sa network tsaka going out from the internet. Once na-isolate na yan, automatically i-clean yan ni Intercept X yung endpoint protection namin. And then once it's clean, automatically din ibabalik na yung access niya sa network tsaka sa internet. And I think meron demo doon sila, Sir Mig sila, NetPlay, to, of course, to showcase that feature, no? And just a, yes, sir.
Sir, yung paano ma-extract yung report ng incident? Kasi ito, sabi mo, automatic. I-clean niya, tapos automatic, ibabalik niya. Paano namin makukuha yung report ng incident?
Yung report.
Yep.
So, sir, dun sa endpoint na yon, let's say, for example, siya yung na-malware, no? Na-detect malware. Just sa mismong unit na yon, naandun yung logs. And sa central, meron din naman yon. Let's say, for example, user 1, tapos device 1. So, may logs yan na ma-generate. Let's say, for example, anti-ransomware yung nakatigil sa kanya. So, merong report yun. Okay? So, it's a form of log pa lang. Tapos, meron din naman siyang threat analysis, static threat analysis na pwede natin magamit.
Okay. Thank you, thank you.
Ayun pa. Okay? So, next, here's what our roadmap looks like. So, yung Sophos MDR, because we are switching from just a security solutions provider into a service provider na din. So, it's cybersecurity as a service. So now, let's say for example, mahal, sir, yung synchronized security, maganda, may automation, pero mahal na mahal ko yung Palo Alto, mahal na mahal ko yung Fortinet. We don't have any problems that because we can now, in the near future, let's say next year, pwede, it's in our roadmap wherein we can generate telemetries, data telemetries from each and every vendor na nandito sa list na to. And it's growing. So we can now collaborate with other vendors for the managed detection and response. Right? So that's one of our roadmaps. And another reminder, a gently reminder lang or a question. I'm not sure if paano nyo to, we must be ready at all times. Okay? Kung meron tayong services like kung ano yung sinasabi ko, but if wala pa tayo, let's take into consideration, let's say for example, ma-ransomware tayo, ma-data breach tayo, do we have an action plan in place? Okay? Are the backups safe? And kailangan safe din sila, pero backups are, let's say, it's still needed, pero meron na kasing mga ransomware na kahit yung mga backups, ini-encrypt na nila. Like, I think it's a Samsung ransomware. So it also encrypts yung mga backup. So it's really needed na meron tayong action plan if the worst comes to worst, to worst, to worst. Right? So again, if you need help, we're just here and we can take it in minutes. We can jump into your organization, tulungan namin kayo. If, let's say, for example, sa colleagues, wag naman sa atin mangyari, knock on wood. Pero, for example, sa colleagues na yan, okay lang yan, sa mga colleagues naman natin. Just for the sake of the discussion, we can jump right there, to help them neutralize the threat and, of course, remediate kung ano man yung nararanasan nila na pagka-ransomware or pagka-data breach. Okay? And benefits of SOAS MDR. Medyo malabo siya pero i-highlight ko lang. This was also been shared by one of our customers. By the way, he's a CISO. And sabi niya sa akin, alam mo, ang saya ko nung nakuha ko yung service. Sabi sir, bakit? Kasi ngayon, kilala na ako nung panganay kong anak. Dati hindi eh. Nung nararansomware kami, sobrang busy. Hindi na ako makauwi ng bahay. At ngayon, nakakatulog na ako ng mahimbing. Yun yung sabi sa akin. From a CISO standpoint, it's because when you got ransomware, napaka-hirap na process. Lalo na kung hindi lang isang ransomware ang tumama sa'yo. So there are vulnerabilities na dalawang ransomware yung pwedeng mapadala sa'yo. And hindi natin alam kung kailan. Mahihit ka, you assume na lagi kang mahihit, pero it's just a matter of when. And when that time comes, dapat ready tayo. Okay? And pwede mag-flex bago matapos. So this is just a ratings, service ratings from G2 ng MDR namin. So ayan, nandun kami sa top right corner for the G2 MDR service ratings. And of course, if you go to Gartner Peer Insights, so lahat ng mga existing customers namin, so they reviewed our service, our firewall, our endpoint protection, and here are the scores. We got number 1 for the customer's perspective. So meaning happy naman yung customers namin. Right. So that's all, and thank you.
Thank you, Sir Ed. Ayan. So, partner, naniniwala ka na ba na yung human, yun daw yung weakest link?
I would still stand with that principle in life that we really humans naturally are, sabi nga ni Sir kanina, marupok in Tagalog term. However, sabi nga rin po natin, dapat talaga, it is your perspective if you would maintain as being one of the weakest link. Kumbaga yung karupukan mo, hindi naman dapat lagi yan yung panatilihin mo. Kumbaga sabi nga na, huwag kang mag-stay sa pagiging marupok mo. Minsan kailangan kumapit ka at magpakatatag ka, di ba? Opo muna tayo, friend.
So, temptasyon, layuan mo kami.
Ayun. Kasi baka mamaya ikaw talaga magiging weakest link nun. So, moving forward, meron tayong question. Ibato mo yung yung unang question
Ayan.
sa ating resource person.
So, from Pinoy Vendetta, are you DDoS protected or more on malware detection lang kayo?
All right. So there's 2 approaches here. For the DDoS, it's a network type of attack. So nanggagaling siya from outside, going to the internet, papunta din sa systems natin. So pwedeng packet DDoS, application DDoS, or traffic DDoS. So it's more on the network. So firewall ang gumagawa dyan usually, ang nagpo-protect sa systems natin in terms of DDoS or WAF para sa mga applications. So sa network yun kinukuha. And then, if malware detection, of course, sa endpoint protection, meron yan. But we also have ngayon technologies like sandboxing para sa mga latest malware natin na wala pang signature. So, kahit sa network level, sa firewall, pwede natin ma-detect and ma-stop yung mga. Right.
So you are claiming na with that question a while ago, you could actually do those things.
Yes, yes.
Okay. Kasi yung pinag-question nila eh.
To answer it, yes, yes.
So, next question is from Ayan.
Nice.
Pinangalanan niya talaga yung sarili niya as Marupok. What would be the more cost-efficient option between developing the cybersecurity skill sets of your in-house IT people and going with the outsourced service? So, parang pinapapili. On your own opinion,
Okay.
which would be better? Kung halimbawa ako yung customer mo, Sir Ed, should I go with looking for those skillful individual or let me just outsource it?
All right. For me, if I'd be speaking in behalf, let's say, for example, business owner ako, I'd go for the outsourced services. Because kapag nag-train ako ng tao, let's say, for example, kahit best friend ko yan, yung threat analyst, ite-train kita bilang maging threat analyst, ikaw na din yung maging threat hunter, tsaka incident responder. There will come a time, tinrain mo siya, lilipat siya, kasi, pre, baba sahod mo eh. Baba ng pasahod mo. So, masasaktan lang ako. Nag-train ako, nag-invest ako, aalis siya, and then, maiiwan na yung system ko, sino nagagamit doon, magte-train na naman ako ng bago. And it's one of the challenges here in the Philippines. So, if I'd be outsourcing it, kung naka-outsource yan, 1 year, 2 years, 3 years time, alam ko na may tumitingin sa network ko 24/7 ng mga suspicious activities. And in terms of the costing, number 1, kailangan mo ng team para dyan sa SOC. And then, of course, bibili ka din naman ng mga security products like mga SIEM, ng mga XDR tools. And then, yung process, kailangan mo din kasing bilhin yun. 24/7, kailangan din yung mga playbooks mo na naandun, kailangan kang mag-subscribe or bumili din yan. And yung pag-maintain pa lang din mismo ng mga tao, no? Yung pasahod dun sa buong team, it's really big because a team leader ng SOC ngayon medyo mataas. So, I think it's $100,000 annually sa Glassdoor. So, and it's already a subscription ng service na if i-outsource mo siya. At sure pa yun na those are trained, whether across all vendors, of course, it's trained, mayroong mga certificates sa mga yan.
Sa bagay kasi with there could be a contract naman, lahat naman nakapaloob sa magiging kontrata. So if ever that customers of your the client could actually pwede nyo mapag-usapan. And way back during the time that I've been in the BPO industry, even the payroll system are being outsourced by the BPO industry. Kasi nga kung halimbawa may hahawak mo, minsan, gaya ng sinabi ni Mr. Ed, in relation to the question of Marupok, mamaya iiwan ka lang, masasaktan ka lang.
Diba?
Kaya kumbaga wala talagang forever, di ba, partner?
Parang sabi ni Sir Ed kanina, na-fall ka na victim ka pa.
Yun.
Fall victim.
Okay.
Pero in relation po dun sa question po ni Marupok, yung sa outsourcing, sir, I hope you don't mind. Parang katulad sa amin mga, kunwari sa government industry, or agency, I mean, paano po yung security din namin kung mag-outsource kami, parang hindi ba baka yung mismong tao yung sir, parang...
Para magkaroon ka ng, I get what you're saying is that there's a hesitancy because of the security. But I think, siguro sasabihin din naman ni sir, it's because we do have a contract, and if ever that particular outsource company would go for with a breach of contract, we could just file them or sue them a case in line with that thing. Is that what you are? Is that what you are going to answer as well?
Yeah, pero parang nangyari na, di ba? Parang ganun.
So nangyari na.
Oo.
So ano po yung kasagutan niyo? Bigay lang kayo yung resource person for this morning, sir.
Yeah. Actually, it's a very good question. No? Pero kasi, those tools, yung mga activities na yun, ginagamit na nga sa atin ng mga hackers yan. Alam na nila eh. Diba? So meaning, we are here to help you. Meron na talagang nagko-compromise. They are trying na talaga. And hindi parang instead na pagdudahan kami na we are coming from a third party and pwede din namin magamit yon against you. Ay, meron na nga gumagamit against you Diba? So, nauna na sila, ginagamit na nila, and then we are trying to help lang to remediate that. Because it's already exposed, available yan, and
Thank you, sir. So next,
I think, partner, meron katanungan dito sa atin si Lieutenant Commander Bilbao.
Good afternoon, Sir Ed.
yes,
Okay,
sir.
first, I would just like to make a statement, no? Because most of the time, na-interchange kasi yung dalawang bagay. Actually, baka parang all the time yata Magkaiba po kasi yung cyber security saka information security. So magkaibang bagay po yun Kasi if this is a confidential paper, na paper lang siya at rest, at confidential siya, at nag-leak siya, information security po yung concern natin doon. So hindi po, kaya lang kasi minsan, pag nag-leak sa social media, matawag yung cyber kagad. So hindi po, it doesn't work like that. Okay. Next is, parang kulang yata yung inimbita ko. Dapat pala, na-invite ko rin yung J1, yung personal namin. Kasi Sir Ed explicitly explained how expensive a competent cybersecurity team is. So, sa mga friends natin dito na magbe-venture on ICT, those are the things that you have to consider. Na mahal talaga. I have experienced in the past, I was questioned, why does your training program cost around 10 million a year? Tinanong ako niyan. Sir, the certification alone, one course, ang cheapest would be 250,000. So sabi niya, parang mas mahal pa palang mahal pa kayong i-train kaysa sa piloto. Pero nandito na tayo the AFP, I could say na will never, I'm sorry to say the word, we will never rely on a private entity in terms of cybersecurity. Kasi we're in the business of security na So, Pero ang common na tinatanong sa akin, sir, is, okay, let's say for example, I'm a company and I'm going to solicit your services in terms of cybersecurity. Tinatanong kasi doon, insured bang information ko na hinahandle mo? And how can we put value on the information that is or that are entrusted to you? So yung confidentiality clause and the cost of data kung magkaroon ng breach, ransomware. So in short, meron ba tayong parang short of insurance?
Cybersecurity insurance.
Parang may mga ganun na ba tayong program dito sa Pilipinas or sa business community? So yun lang naman, Sir Ed. Thank you.
Yes. So in terms of cybersecurity insurance, kay Sophos, wala. So we don't offer cybersecurity insurance. But of course, there are firms naman din dito sa Philippines that's offering naman yun. But, yun sabi ni Lieutenant Bilbao, if ever, na yung confidentiality ba and yung mga data ko ba na na-collect nyo is safe, so, we have naman mga compliance like the SOC 2 type ng data center, of course, HIPAA, and PCI DSS. So, we are compliant in all of those audits. So, since, Sophos naman is a cybersecurity firm, so, lahat naman din yan, hahanapin talaga yan ng mga customers. So, that's why kahit anong field, tulad sa health, kung HIPAA, so, we are compliant to that. And kung masayalan sa data centers, so SOC type 2, so compliant na din si Sophos dyan. So, we have naman corresponding compliances in terms of that. And kapag, syempre, of course, kapag na-break yan or may, of course, will be sued. Si Sophos bahala dyan. Hindi ako sila.
Sa bagay, hindi part ka lang naman. So, however, yun nga, tama naman yung sinabi mo, sir, na it's also a responsibility na Kung makaramdaman mo naman kung naloloko ka na, kung sabi mo kanina mong term,
Alin?
iniwan ka na,
Na-fall ka na,
Na-fall ka na,
na-victim
na-victim
ka
ka
pa.
huwag mong hahayaang mangyayari yon sa'yo.
Kaya gagawin mo yung toothbrush method.
Yung kanina sinabi
Oo.
ni sir, don't
Tapos,
share
Yung
to
kay
anyone.
sir, do not click anything.
Yan.
Huwag kang magpadala sa temptation mo doon sa mga vouchers na yan.
Oo. Kasi hindi lahat ng voucher libre. Mamaya niloloko ka lang.
Akala mo naka-discount ka pero mas malaki pala yung nakuha
Oo,
sa'yo.
kasi pagdating sa iyo ng yung delivery pa lang, kaparehas pala ng binibili mo. So moving
Yes.
forward, napakasipag ni Marupok.
Marupok
Marupok,
din.
marupok din.
Marupok din pala. Madami niya yata lumalabas na Marupok. Ito yung sir, the question of Marupok din. Baka mamaya may Marupok din po ako. No? How invasive is the MDR or CEISSAP to the organization? Is it suited to the military? Will the antivirus be the agent?
So, if it's invasive, so actually, in terms of invasiveness, yung activity lang, yung mga kinukuha namin eh. Is there someone trying to log in on this user's credential? Meron bang mga lock accounts? May mga types na mga suspicious activities lang eh. Meron bang nag-RDP? Ganun level lang. Anong IP address? But not on the personal data. It's more on the IP address lang. Anong device yan? Anong user yan? And I think if it's suited to the military, I think across all customers naman, so it's safe. And will the antivirus be the agent? Yes, we will be needing the antivirus as the agent since siya yung magko-collect ng logs tsaka ng mga suspicious activities that would be used for the investigation.
Okay, so sana nasagot si Marupok din. Our next question, anonymous naman tayo, Sir Jay. So how can we truly know if the AFP is protected in the cyber arena and is not compromised?
How can we truly know? All right. It's a very hard parang question to answer kapag wala tayong visibility. Aba? So malalaman natin yan if hindi tayo compromised, if meron tayong visibility, dun pa lang sa mga suspicious activities na nangyayari. Because, for example, ransomware. Yung ransomware detection kasi, end goal na yan ng hacker eh. Pero yung behind the scenes, so ibig sabihin, bago siya nakapagpadala ng ransomware, meron na siyang mga napasukan na mga small windows or mga butas. And for us to be safe, para ma-ensure natin na yung AFP is really protected, yung vulnerabilities, yung mga OS natin dapat patched yan. Mga applications natin, if we are using in-house applications, dapat updated yan. And then yung mga configurations natin sa firewall, sa endpoint, and of course, dapat din yung mga endpoints natin, like the devices, mga BYOD, is protected with endpoint protection. So para sure tayo na hindi ma-compromise. Kasi kung sasabihin kong, oh sir, safe kayo, di ba may Sophos po kayo? Hindi eh. It's not that way. Medyo malawak ang cybersecurity. There's no 100% na protection when it comes to cybersecurity. That's why we must always adapt to the changes sa mga technologies because yung mga hackers, they are always updating their techniques. Yung mga ginagamit nilang mga tools, yan na nga din yung mga ginagamit ng mga penetration testers eh. Yung gamit nila. Kumbaga yung cyber warfare ng hackers tsaka ng mga black tsaka ng mga white hackers para ng mga episode ng anime or cartoons na kinuha na sa mga white hat hackers yung tool na to. Tapos merong suwail na parang miyembro, ninakaw yun, tapos ginagamit against them. So, it's a very broad and talaga ang daming nangyayari when it comes to cybersecurity. Pero yun ang best practice natin. Make sure na na-patch yung mga systems natin. And of course, each each layer of protection natin, kung ano man yung kino-comply natin, we must have a security product there. And then, of course, di ba, check natin yung logs. Mag-proactive checking tayo. Let's do threat hunting. Alam natin yung mga vulnerabilities na ina-exploit. Hindi yung kung kailan mayroong detection, ay, na-block. Hindi, na-block naman eh. So, kaya yan, nakapunta dyan, mayroong dinaanan yan. So, yan lang.
Parang katulad lang sinabi kanina, always be ready. Diba? Yung sinabi.
Yes.
So just to give away with the last question we have from Quago, ibalik lang natin kasi baka magtampo yung Quago. Is Sophos and EDR are more on EPP? How do you differentiate EDR to EPP?
Okay, if we'd be differentiating yung EDR tsaka endpoint protection, okay? So, kung babalik tayo dun sa NIST na cybersecurity framework, no? Yung EPP or yung endpoint protection, siya yung sa protect. Okay? Tapos mayroon pang detect and respond. So, doon na papasok yung EDR or ngayon meron na tayong tinatawag na XDR tool. Yung EDR tool, ginagamit yan para sa threat hunting, sa threat analysis, tsaka incident response. So, meaning, yung endpoint protection, tagapigil ng mga ransomware automatically. Pero, yung EDR tool, yan yung ginagamit ng mga threat analyst para mag-conduct ng threat hunting. Kumbaga, yung proactive approach. Okay? Aalamin natin kung saan pumasok, aalamin natin kung paano din siya ma-stop in the future. So, yun doon ginagamit yung EDR tool. Again, EDR tool, walang ino-offer yan na protection. Kung hindi maalam gumamit ng organization ng EDR, same level lang ng protection yan with the endpoint protection. It does not offer any additional features, of course, na pwedeng magamit natin for analysis. Pero endpoint protection, yun talaga yung nagpo-protect. Wala siyang additional protection feature. Okay?
Thank you very much for answering that questions. Hopefully, Quago, nasagot yung tanong mo ni Sir.
Yung isa kasi
Buti gusto niyo yung
yung
Quago,
isa-
no? Yung mga nocturnal lang mga yan. Dapat tulog. Anyways, mga OT.
So next question, anonymous naman tayo. Bakit po may mga ibang FB pages na mas mabilis pa maglabas or leak ng information regarding AFP pero hindi sila official page ng any unit ng AFP like Max Defense?
Mga ano yan, maganda yung mga kapit nila sa Marites. Kaya.
So in short, Marites.
Oo, yan yung mga copycat. Copycat. I think the last one from Mocadilis ba to? Mocadilis? It's just ano lang naman yata. It's a comment. Sana may political will din para mag-organize din ang AFP ng elite cyber units tulad ng Israeli Unit 8200. So maybe that's actually just a comment addressed to the higher ups of the AFP. So thank you very much for those online na nagpadala ng question. And thank you very much, Sir Eric, for gracing this day with us and sharing the knowledge. It's been well presented. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Ayan. Thank you, Sir Ed. Ayan. So partner, sabi nga nila, there is no such thing as perfect security. Security work is all about reducing risk.
Okay, tama ka dyan. At lalo yun mag-reduce ang risk kung everyone is knowledgeable and everyone are really careful.
Yeah.
Sabi nga kung lagi natin pinapalala, always think before you click. Kasi mamaya nga, sabi kanina sir, mamaya kala mo laging voucher na lang, kala mo nakalibre ka na. Pero, yung favorite mo line ngayon,
Na-fall ka na, na-victim ka pa.
oo, kaya iwasan po natin, baka mamaya ma-fall na kayo, na-victimize pa kayo. So I think we still have at least, para na we know that your tummies are already full. Hindi naman po muna na tayo dire-diretso. I think we're gonna give at least a 25 minutes break before we proceed with the afternoon session. So you may do so to at least roam around with our proponents, or actually if you wanted to have your bio break, you could do it so. So just sit back and relax and enjoy the music that will be played by our by those other personnel around. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
But before that, partner, at least pasalamatan muna uli natin yung ating mga proponents. Baka magtampo kasi kanina naalala ko, meron ako mga hindi agad nabanggit. Ulit-ulitin lang natin sila. At alam mo, baka mamaya, yung nililimbing-lambing natin dun banda sa may dulo.
Sa dulo ba yun yung handling?
Oo. Diba? Asa na yung ating mga nagpapasalamatan? Saglit lang. Uli nating pasalamatan ng mga sumusunod.
Brainstrong Technologies Inc.,
Netplay Incorporated,
Handling Incorporated,
Connects Philippines Incorporated, or known as Macrologic,
Securage Technology, PTE Ltd,
the Cisco Systems Philippines,
Fortinet Security Philippines Inc.,
Trellix,
Sophie's Information Technology Services Philippines, our sites Phil,
Rev LV Solutions Incorporated,
TechEd Global Academy,
Raymond Nunes, or the Red Rock IT Solutions,
Mara Labs 8-Layer Technologies,
Ardent Networks Incorporated,
Microsoft Philippines,
Contact Point Incorporated,
Citrix,
and Wide Integrated Solutions Expert Corporation, or WISE
Vice
Corp.
Corp.
Thank you very much po sa inyong lahat.
So while naka-break sila, partner, pwede silang umikot-ikot kasi pwede silang mag-register.
At sana, partner, yung ating mga participants kahit umikot-ikot, if they wanted to skag over there, meron naman, wag lang silang mawawala.
Of course.
Okay, enjoy the rest of the afternoon as we have our noon break.
Yes, and pwede rin sila pumunta dun sa photo booth kung gusto nila magkaroon ng souvenir mula sa ating convention.
Okay.
Hello, mic test lang. Hello. Okay. Iyan lang. Okay, magandang tanghali po. So medyo nag-recover lang tayo doon sa late natin na pag-start. So, but we'll give this time for you to roam around, meet some of our stakeholders. Kanina when yung unang lecturer natin, so medyo sort of tinur ko sila doon sa conference room lang namin, and then we talked about CEISSAFP and what do we do as a unit in support to AFP operations, no? So yun lang naman po. So yung signal core, basically communications from radio up to the latest kung ano man ang meron ng armed forces. Now okay, so medyo na anohan sila na yun, orientation, parang sort of orientation. Ngayon po we have here yung network in a box that was presented nung first speaker natin. So basically, this is I consider it a communications weapon kasi talagang kung gagamitin ng iba, actually sa tingin ko may gumagamit na rin ng similar products. Actually, I've met some already. But mas kasi, mas complex, and yung range ng capability niya is mas maganda. So we have our friends from Brainstrong, I think. Pero ikot lang po kayo, sir, baka kasi may makilala kayo na suits your interest ng personally and ng organization nyo. So ikot lang po kayo. But parang lang natin, hindi tayo antukin, magde-demo sila. So turn your cell phones to airplane mode or turn it off na lang kung ayaw nyong mahagip. But anyway, hindi naman namin ipapakita kung ano yung mahahagip nila. So pipiliin lang, magbibigay lang sila ng sample phone kasi syempre that is a violation of your privacy already. Pag ginawa natin yan. Tama ba, Ma'am Chris? No, so hindi niyo naman ipapakita yung nahahagip, di ba? Ipapakita niyo lang yung subject phone na sa inyo rin naman. So para wala tayong ma-violate na privacy ng tao. Okay. So yun naman, clear naman pala. So ayan nyo ho, hindi papakita yung na nade-detect yung phone nyo. O yung phone natin? Okay? So I think we're going to do this. I think we still have around 20 minutes to do that. Oh, okay. Okay. Sige. Thank you. Hello. Hello.
So for those who are actually interested for their it's like the demo of their product, you could actually go in this area, so you could actually witness about that product. Tama po ba, Ma'am Christine? Dito na lang siya niya yan.
to investigate and respond to threats? And how much time does that leave?
Email is amazing. It's an indispensable, non-invasive communication tool for anyone, any place, anytime. It is a digital parcel delivery service, sending files to clinch the next business deal. It's also your identity, allowing others to know that the message is from you. Email is amazing, and everyone is using it. But that's also why it's so vulnerable. Truth be told, your email isn't just between you and the recipient. It's everywhere, making it prone to hacking or man-in-the-middle attacks. Your email needs to be securely encrypted from the source to its final destination. Introducing Secure Age Secure Email, an end-to-end encrypted email solution ensuring authenticity and privacy without getting in the way of efficiently sending email. Email is encrypted in motion and at rest without requiring users to know anything about keys or key management. The encrypted email can only be opened by the intended recipients. Nobody else will be able to view the content, no matter where that email travels or is stored. Before hitting the send button, select a label to classify your email, such as restricted or even confidential. You can define your own. The label determines how the email and attachments are treated when sent, stored, forwarded, or replied to. Classification and security settings of the sender show up in the email header to ensure its integrity and authenticity. And with digital rights management options, you can control what happens on the recipient side. Privacy doesn't have to be difficult or disruptive. Secure Email is easy to install and use. It works with industry-standard email clients and is compliant with the world's most stringent security standards. Secure Age, Secure Email. Encrypted email made easier. Schedule a no-obligations demo or proof of concept today. For more information, visit www.secureage.com/secureemail.
Okay. This seems pretty cool and all, but it would be kind of lame if it doesn't have exploit.
In the face of adversity, what drives you to push forward? Courage, experience, absolute trust in all that supports you. Meet the new generation of enterprise drones, the Matrice 30 series. 16 times optical zoom camera, thermal camera, wide camera, and a laser rangefinder, the M30 is the new standard for hybrid payloads. Powered by DJI's latest flight controllers, image transmission, and image processing technology for next-level performance. 6-way sensing and positioning offers protection and ensures safe flight. A new generation of quad antenna image transmission ensures signal stability, even in complex environments. With its 200 times hybrid zoom camera, you can focus from afar and capture the precise shots you need. And its high-resolution thermal camera efficiently reveals heat sources. When night falls, the M30 is ready. Its low-light FPV camera sees your surroundings even in darkness, so you can work safely. And Smart Low-Light Photo captures clear pictures even at night. All of this power is still compact and portable. It fits in your backpack to go where you go, ready to unpack and deploy in seconds. Hot swap batteries to keep you flying, even under torrential rain, treacherous slopes, scorching heat, gale force winds, or freezing cold. The M30 is designed to endure. The new DJI RC Plus controller is designed for enterprise pilots. It's waterproof and resistant to extreme temperatures. With quad antenna video transmission, 4G, battery hot swapping, and 65-watt fast charging, you can power through until the work is done. Pilot 2, with a reimagined user interface for a revolutionary flight control experience. Introducing DJI Flight Hub 2, a complete ground-to-cloud drone operations platform. 2.5D base map and one-tap panorama sync gives you rapid situational awareness, and RGB or infrared cloud mapping gives you high-resolution orthomosaics, so you can proceed with safety and assurance. With live annotations, drop points, draw routes, or divide work areas, and quickly synchronize information across remote controllers, computers, and mobile devices for true ground-to-cloud coordination. For the remote places on Earth, for roads less traveled, we present to you DJI Dock, built for round-the-clock automatic and repeatable drone flights wherever you need it. Highly compact and integrated for easy installation, setup and configure in just 30 minutes. Core components are modular and easy to maintain. The M30 dock version upon landing can recharge and take off in just 25 minutes. With an operating radius of 7 kilometers, DJI Dock can cover a wide range of repetitive inspection and monitoring tasks across a variety of scenarios. Plan and perform remote missions through the DJI Flight Hub 2 cloud platform. The drone can take off, execute the assigned tasks, and automatically upload media files. Check on drones, docks, and mission status in real time from your web browser to officially manage your grid of docks and achieve a truly remote work experience. The world we live in is built upon your trust and hard work. The Matrice 30 series for an eye in the sky when you need it. DJI Flight Hub 2 for air-to-ground coordination, and the rugged, automatic DJI Dock to help you day and night. All of this is ready for you.
EcoFlow is excited to introduce Delta, the world's strongest battery generator. Delta is a landmark of both design and function. bringing you the most power, the fastest recharge, and peace of mind in any situation with no gas and no noise. The unit packs a massive 1,300 watt hours, finally a battery that can truly be a home generator. Stay powered for hours and hours with a wide range of devices and tools, anytime and anywhere. Delta packs so much power, you can even use it as an emergency backup for your electric vehicle, giving you up to 7.5 extra miles on a single charge. In the case of a blackout, leave your worries at the door. With an output of 1,800 watts, Delta meets the standard of any wall outlet, so you'll always feel right at home. With Delta, you're never away from work for too long. Delta has the fastest recharge rate on the market. Recharge from 0 to 80% in only 1 hour. Delta is both compact and lightweight. No matter where you go, you will never be slowed down by the heavy load of a gas generator. Plus, without a gas motor, Delta is silent and maintenance-free. Delta provides all the power with none of the noise or carbon emissions, so you can enjoy the clean air and the peace and quiet of your own home. The new user interface is highly intuitive and provides the most important details for you to monitor your power use and safety. Delta's system includes 4 regular USB ports, 2 60-watt USB-C ports, plus 4 wall outlets on the International Edition and 6 wall outlets on the American Edition. You'll have every option you'll ever need, all on one portable generator. Delta isn't just powerful, it's as rugged as any tool in the shed. The unit is reinforced with an aluminum chassis that protects the battery pack inside. And with strong rubber padding built into the outer shell, you never have to be concerned when the going gets rough. Eliminate your carbon footprint completely with EcoFlow solar panels. You can chain your panels together, bringing Delta back to full charge in just 4 hours of perfect sunlight. From home energy storage to electric vehicles to mobile power, the whole world is moving to batteries. So ditch the old generator. No gas, no noise, no maintenance. EcoFlow's Delta is the new standard of battery generators. For your family, for your work, for you.
Show me the money. That is what. The intruder says to all your applications, trying to make your way into the deepest assets you actually have. What to do? Well, work with your code. Try to build secure software. And one of the easiest ways to do that is to look at Fortify, the tool that actually helps you to put in security in the speed of DevOps. Who can do that? On top, well, Take a look at the Magic Quadrant. Year by year by year by year, we're always there. We do build secure code. Use us.
Email is amazing. It's an indispensable, non-invasive communication tool for anyone, any place, anytime. It is a digital parcel delivery service, sending files to clinch the next business deal. It's also your identity, allowing others to know that the message is from you. Email is amazing, and everyone is using it. But that's also why it's so vulnerable. Truth be told, your email isn't just between you and the recipient. It's everywhere, making it prone to hacking or man-in-the-middle attacks. Your email needs to be securely encrypted from the source to its final destination. Introducing Secure Age Secure Email, an end-to-end encrypted email solution ensuring authenticity and privacy without getting in the way of efficiently sending email. Email is encrypted in motion and at rest without requiring users to know anything about keys or key management. The encrypted email can only be opened by the intended recipients. Nobody else will be able to view the content, no matter where that email travels or is stored. Before hitting the send button, select a label to classify your email, such as restricted or even confidential. You can define your own. The label determines how the email and attachments are treated when sent, stored, forwarded, or replied to. Classification and security settings of the sender show up in the email header to ensure its integrity and authenticity. And with digital rights management options, you can control what happens on the recipient side. Privacy doesn't have to be difficult or disruptive. Secure Email is easy to install and use. It works with industry-standard email clients and is compliant with the world's most stringent security standards. Secure Age Secure Email. Encrypted email made easier. Schedule a no-obligations demo or proof of concept today. For more information, visit www.secureage.com/secure-email.
Roger that.
Well, I'm so above you, and it's plain to see. But I came to love you anyway. So you hold my heart out, and I don't mind bleeding. Any old time to keep.
Okay. This seems pretty cool and all, but it would be kind of lame if it doesn't have exploit.
May I now request those other participants to kindly settle down as we will proceed with the continuation of this cybersecurity conference. Again, may we request everyone to kindly settle down as we will continue this afternoon session for our CEISSAFP Cybersecurity Conference. By the way, we would like to thank partners. Sino yung mga papasalamatan natin? Again?
Of course, marami tayong papasalamatan. Asa na yung
Okay.
listahan natin?
Okay, again, the Brainstorm Technologies Incorporated,
Netplay Inc., Handling
Inc.,
and Macrologic Diversified Technologies Inc.,
Secure Age Technology Pty Ltd,
Cisco Systems Philippines,
Fortinet Security Philippines Incorporated,
Trellix,
Sofis Information Technology Services Philippines or SitesPhil,
Rev LV Solutions Inc.,
TechEd Global Academy,
Raymond Nunes, Red Rock IT Solutions,
Marilabs 8-Layer Technologies,
Ardent Networks Inc.,
Microsoft Philippines,
Contact Point Inc.,
Citrix,
and Wide Integrated Solution Expert Corp or WISE Corp.
Thank you very much. So moving forward, may we request again for those other participants to kindly settle down as we will continue this afternoon activity for our CEISSAFP Cyber Security Conference. Again, calling the attention of those participants. May we request you to kindly settle down as we will continue this cybersecurity conference and the lectures or talkings.
Okay, so our next resource speaker is previously a network security lead for Accenture with vast experience in information security, risk assessment, vulnerability assessment, and penetration testing. His years of experience in the industry built his extensive skill and knowledge in delivering and providing security solutions to customer in need. From Sang4, PH Lead for Security Business, let us welcome Server Velarde.
Sir, yung ano? Sir, yung time, saan ko makikita? Okay. Kaya haba nung ano ko. Thank you. Ayun, good afternoon everyone. So, clear ba yung boss ko? Or dinig ba? From the back? Oh, sige. Parang Okay. So again, good afternoon everyone. My name is Ber from Sang4 Philippines. So today I'm going to be discussing on to what level can Sang4 give you in terms of security. Okay, so up to what level kaya naming tulungan kayo, ang organization nyo, on detecting threats and of course solving yung mga issues natin when it comes to security. Okay? So yung discussion ko today will be focusing more on the demo ng product. Okay? So pakikitaan ko kayo ng real world na screenshots or mga proof kung ano yung nakita natin, ano yung kaya nating i-solve, and paano matutulungan yung organizations natin. Okay? So without further ado, let me start my presentation. Okay? Okay, so
ang present ko today is all about the synergy of the solutions. Okay, so as we all know, ang challenge ngayon is that meron tayong security appliances, no, na of course kahit yung malalaking organizations like Google, Facebook, no, is encountering yung mga attacks na kumbaga walang naliligtas, no, yung mga threats. Okay? So ang challenge dito is that magkakaiba yung security firewall nila, magkaiba yung security endpoint nila, ibang brand, of course, hindi kayang mag-usap. Okay? So ang pinopromote namin is yung synergy ng solution. Okay? So up to what level, no? So ayun yung i-discuss ko today. Okay? So right now, ito yung magiging scenario natin. No? So meron tayong tinatawag na red and blue. So yung red, ayun yung ika-classify natin as the victim. Okay? Blue is the attacker. Okay? So paano nga ba ginagawa yung attack? No? So number one, meron tayong topology and ang ginagawa mostly ng cybercriminal is to scan information. Okay? Or reconnaissance. Okay, so by that, if alam na yung information, they can go on exploiting the vulnerability. Okay, so yung vulnerability na yun, searchable siya sa internet. No? So, huwag na kayong magtaka kung maraming hackers na kahit hindi naman ganun ka ganda yung knowledge sa security, no? Kayang gawin yung mga ganitong attacks. Okay, so everything can be reached out na to dark web. So, pwede mo nang bilhin yung ransomware service. So, that's why rampant yung attack nowadays. Okay? So, third na gagawin natin is yung lateral propagation or yung conversion ng botnet. Okay? Brute force attack. Okay? So, let's start with reconnaissance and scanning. So, ito yung most of the time first step ng cybercriminal to do an attack. So, dito, nagpa-perform siya ng scanning. Okay? Pag nakita niya na kung ano yung weaknesses nung web server natin, kung anong servers meron tayo, of course. Okay? So, meron tayong stop zone na ito yung attack ni cybercriminal, of course. Okay, so pag nag-gather niya ng information, no, mga sort of info like ano yung version nung FTP server nyo, ano version nung CMS nyo, Joomla ba ginagamit, no? So on and so forth. Okay? So sa information gathering, no, ito yung pinaka-importante. So kapag hindi mo na-prevent to, of course, malaki na yung chance na to enter yung threat sa network natin. Okay? Okay, masyado lang maliwanag, no? Pero itong slide na to, no, ito yung pinapakita wherein kaya nating i-map yung MITRE attack na tinatawag. Okay? Or yung mga techniques na ginagamit ng cybercriminal. So right now, yung NDR technology namin or cyber command, no, by the name itself, no, command siya, pwede siyang mag-command ng mga security appliances natin in the network, no. So kumbaga, siya yung commander-in-chief natin inside the network or ng cyber security natin. Okay? So by that, it can give you information, no, kung ano yung mga techniques na ginagamit ng cybercriminal, nasang stage na siya, or ano pa yung mga pwede niyong gawin in the future. Okay. Okay. Sir Pet, medyo maliwanag. Pwedeng yan.
Ayan, so while waiting, partner, pasalamat natin yung ating mga partners. Ayan. So, Brainstrong Technologies Inc. Ayan, thank you. Netplay Inc. and Handling Inc. Connects Philippines Inc., Macrologic, Secure Age Technology, PTE Ltd, Cisco Systems Philippines, Fortinet Security Philippines Inc.,
Macrologic Diversified Technologies Incorporated,
Trellix,
Sophis Information Technology Services,
Red LB Solutions Inc.,
Tech Ed Global Academy,
Raymond Nunes Red Rock IT Solutions,
Marilabs 8-Layer Technologies,
Ardent Networks Inc.,
Microsoft Philippines,
Contact Point Inc.,
Citrix,
and Wide Integrated Solutions Expert Corp, WISE or WISE Corp.
partner, if they're not around, at least hindi rin siguro ito magiging successful because of the support of this proponents of ours and supporters of ours, diba?
Yes, and during pag-iikot natin, nakikita natin yung mga binibida nilang mga items, no? Mga equipment, mga tools.
Kaya nga. Tsaka napakaswerte kasi marami rin naman palang binibigay na giveaways, diba?
Oo. Ano ba yung mga na-receive mo na?
Alam mo na yan dahil naka-receive ka din naman, diba?
At nga pala, na-try na ba nilang pa-picture dun sa ating photo booth?
Nga pala po, mamaya if ever after the said for this day after the said talkings of those speakers, you could actually enjoy the photo booth that we have there. It's actually at the corner of this premise po. Para at least you could have your souvenir po. Okay? So, ganyan po talaga, sabi nga, lalo na pag nagla-live, laging ganyan, laging meron tayong mga technicalities. However, life must go on, the show must go on. Diba, partner?
Yes.
At least let's give them a recap lang din na kung ano na ba yung napag-usapan natin kanina. We do have actually first resource speaker kanina who actually talked about the anatomy of offensive cyber operations. Yes. And it was followed by
addressing the it was followed by the identity key to zero trust security by Handling Inc.
Okay. Friend, parang mamaya maano ka na nung iba nating proponent. Parang nagiginig si Handling Inc. Okay. Actually, after that, Mr. Ray Edward Tudoro were able to discuss or to share with us about addressing the human challenge in protection, detection, and response, which is actually very important talaga kasi sabi nga kanina, human are the weakest link. However, sabi ko, I actually negated that one. That would really be the case if we as human beings would always cling on that saying that we are our weakest individual. But if we would not let that thing happen, hindi naman laging ganun, diba? Basta sabi nga natin, lagi, we have to be careful, we have to be knowledgeable in order not to really be mistreated on the cyber world.
Right.
Okay, well, now we give back the floor to
Sir Ver Velarde.
Ayun, thank you guys. Sorry, may technical difficulty lang na medyo hindi makita yung content ng slides kanina, no. So, I'll go on na lang. So, the show must go on nga ika nga, no. So, ayun, dito, ito yung mga suspicious activities na nakita natin, no, from the scanning na ginawa ng cybercriminal. And then ito yung kumbaga stages ng attack, no. So, nasang stage na ba siya? Scanning na ba siya, nakapasok na ng network, or nasa stage na ba siya wherein lateral propagation na yung target niya. Okay? So, ito yung ginawa natin, no? So, we will be exploiting yung Joomla vulnerability. No? So, ito yung in-scan natin, reconnaissance. So, attacker, no? Yung attacker natin, which is si 205, no? Naka-acquire siya ng CMS version. Okay? So, yung CMS version na yun yung ginamit niya to exploit the attack. Okay? And Okay. So, number one na kalaban natin sa network security or cyber security no, is yung weaponization. Okay? So, cyber criminal will go on searching no, kung ano ba yung mga proper techniques na pwede niyang gamitin, ano yung mga strategy, yung pinaka-effective na strategy na pwede niyang gamitin to infiltrate the network or to evade yung security measures na meron tayo. Okay? Okay? So, vulnerability exploitation. So, may ginamit tayong tool, hack tool, to launch the vulnerability exploitation. And ayun nga, we were able to inject yung admin account doon sa CMD no, ng stealth way. Okay? And from then, we have a full control doon sa web server and doon sa Joomla or sa CMS. Okay, so again, this is the techniques no, na meron tayo to know kung anong stage or anong proper weapon ginagamit ni cybercriminal. Kumbaga, ito yung tinatawag natin na playbook. No? Kumbaga sa, if you know sports, of course, may mga playbook na tinatawag. No? So, same with cybersecurity. No? So, ano ba yung gagawin niya? Nandito na siya ngayon. Anong path yung pupuntahan niya? Or hanggang dito lang ba siya? Okay? Okay? So, yung cyber command natin will be able to give you kung ano yung mga targeted IPs, yung mga tinarget sa'yo, ano yung vulnerability na in-exploit. So, this one actually, hindi lang kita, no? Pero makikita mo dyan yung tags, no? Kung anong specific attack or vulnerability yung in-exploit. Okay? Okay, so right now, ang gusto natin gawin is to prevent, of course, yung mga further damage. So since may na-attack na sa na web server natin, ang ayaw natin is meron pang another web server na of course magkaroon ng another attack. Okay? Okay? So another thing is that cybercriminal can upload a web shell. Okay? So by uploading this one, magkakaroon siya ng quick access, of course, ng full access dun sa PHP or backdoor account or backdoor na access dun sa sa web server. Okay? So Cyber Command can also give you yung mga unencrypted traffics. Okay? So which means kung may mga weak password, let's say ginamit lang is admin123, hacker123. So yung mga unencrypted, we will be able to visualize kung ano yung mga kailangan natin gawin. And of course, Cyber Command will give you the steps and recommendations kung ano yung dapat natin gawin when it comes to this particular attack or vulnerability. Okay, so weak password. Okay, so after natin ma-detect or ma-hunt yung threat, we'll be able to see kung sino pa yung ibang workstations or machines na pinuntahan ng attack. Okay, so saan ang galing? Let's say galing ba sa software na dinownload, galing sa attached na email. Okay, so by that, Cyber Command can give you kung sino yung source, kumbaga sa COVID, yung patient zero. Okay? If we will be able to track that, actually may mga nakausap ako kanina na meron daw dito sa attack sa kanila na concurrently, hindi nawawala dun sa network. Of course, if hindi natin kayang makita kung sino yung nag-introduce nun sa network, we will not be able to solve yung issue na yun. Okay? So, recurrent lang yun. Paulit-ulit lang na mangyayari kung hindi natin makikita yung source. Okay? So, Cyber Command can help you locate the source and sino pa yung mga pinuntahan niya na workstations or servers natin. Okay? So, this feature is actually called a golden eye. So, golden eye, it means pwede ka mag-trace back. So, sino yung pinuntahan na users. And if you have an Active Directory or LDAP, pwede mong gamitin to properly assess, properly monitor yung network natin when it comes to users and servers na division. Okay, so third step na gagawin natin is yung botnet conversion and brute force attack. So, since we already gain a persistent access, no, we can now download or upload anything. Okay, so ibig sabihin, kahit anong gawin natin dun sa web server na yon or sa workstation na yon na nagkaroon tayo ng access, no, pwede na natin gawin kahit anong gusto natin gawin. Okay, so mag-upload ka ng malicious file, kunin mo yung mga personal information, confidential data, so hindi na magmamatter dahil meron ng access cybercriminal. Okay? Supposedly, this is a video, no, na ipapakita natin to kung paano natin ginawa yung botnet conversion. No? So, assuming we already did, no? So, our EDR, no, connecting with the cyber command. No? So, cyber command, again, as I mentioned, siya yung commander-in-chief natin inside the network. So, by that, he can command, no, yung EDR natin to quarantine the malicious file na ginamit ni cybercriminal to infiltrate the workstation, okay, or the server. Okay, so this one actually is also a video showing na ginawa natin yung lateral brute force. Okay, so dito makikita natin na merong unusual, no, na increase nung throughput or bandwidth dun sa particular web server na yon. So, by creating or doing itong lateral brute force. Okay, so it already generated, no, an unusual bandwidth. Okay, so again, meron tayong golden eye to use para makita, no, kung ano yung naging source nito, sino pa yung ibang pinuntahan. And again, ito yung screenshot, no, wherein kinuha natin yung access. So, in-upload natin yung exploit tool. Okay? So, since uploaded na, we were able to access, kung makikita nyo, yung files ng server. Okay? So, ayan, may mga images, may mga text file, may mga exe file. So, in short, we were able to access the server in full. Okay, so since we detected the RDP brute force attack, okay, so this one is the threat hunting or the RDP or the RDP. Okay, so ayan, full attack path, no, we will pwede nating ibigay kung paano nag-start up to the end. Okay, so this one is a correlated response naman through the gateway firewall. Okay, so yung gateway firewall natin actually is also in charge on blocking, detecting, pero si firewall kasi more on the gateway security lang. Okay, so si cyber command more on detecting yung mga internal threats, lateral threats. So kung ano yung mga threats na hindi kayang makita ng firewall or never pa natin nakita. So that's why meron ako nakuha info nga kanina, no, na yung threat daw na sinasabi niya, hindi nawawala sa network. No? So, which means, hindi nila na-detect kung ano yung source or ano yung pinagmulan nun. Okay, so, which means, for 1 year or so, 2 years or so, no, nandun na yun sa network nila, no, ever since hindi nawala. Okay? Okay, so, yung EDR, no, actually is our last line of defense. Okay? So, kapag dumaan ng firewall, of course, meron ka pang endpoint security to handle the security protection for the endpoint, aside from the gateway. So this one actually, of course, as you know, EDR, no, kaya niyang mag-isolate, okay, ng mga files, ng workstations, ng particular data. Okay, so yung cyber command natin can actually correlate, no, to third-party na security vendors. So etong NDR na to can correlate to, let's say, Sophos, FortiGate, Palo Alto, when it comes to automated response. Okay? So yung automated response natin, actually, kaya na-create yung NDR, no, dahil yung SIEM is maraming tools yung kailangan mong i-deploy, no, para magkaroon ka ng response feature. Okay? Or yung SOAR. Okay? So this one, actually, kailangan mo na lang NDR, and for sure, meron kang gateway security, meron kang endpoint security, no? You can use yung mga gateway security na endpoint no, to correlate with Cyber Command, and then of course, do the automated response. Okay, so sa atin, hindi na natin kailangan i-track, no, yung virus or yung malware time to time, no? Mag-spend tayo ng particularly 1 week, 1 month, no, just to detect, no, yung mga threats or i-hunt yung threats. So of course, hindi ganun ka-ideal when it comes to cybersecurity engineers. Okay? Okay, so actually meron akong short na case study. So under sila ng financing sector, no? So hindi na natin ma-mention kung sino. Pero ito yung mga business pain points nila. Okay? So sa business pain points nila, meron silang nagkaroon sila ng reinfection ng ransomware. Okay, so which means nangyari na before. Okay? So kung nangyari na before, most particularly hindi naman nawala sa network nila talaga. Okay? So ito, meron silang SIEM, meron silang multi-layer ng UTM, no, na may dedicated na WAF, IPS, may EDR din silang deployed. Okay? So pero may nangyari pa ring reinfection of ransomware. So ano yung issue? So meron silang lacking sila sa detection capability. So another problem is yung manpower. So if you are using SIEM, kailangan mo ng napalaking manpower. Okay? So by that, of course, tao lang din tayo, no? Hindi natin sayang tayong sumabay sa mga machine. So most probably meron at lulusot na event na hindi natin makikita. Okay? Okay, so again, going back, no, sa XDDR technology wherein you can use, no, gateway function, endpoint security function to respond to attacks, okay, or even detecting an attack. Okay, so sa case study natin, ito yung high level na network topology nila. No? So they are using brand ng firewall na ganito. So meron silang second tier pa na firewall, so dalawang level, and meron silang SIEM and EDR. Okay, so what we did, no, we deployed yung Cyber Command or NDR technology natin, network detection response. So it is actually deployed, no, pinaplug lang siya sa core switch. So kailangan mo lang i-mirror yung port para ma-analyze natin kung ano yung dumadaan na traffic doon. Okay, ma-analyze natin. So ano yung mga na-discover natin during the testing? Okay? So meron tayong nakita ngayon mga botnets, mga command and control, and may mga numerous na lateral attacks na nangyari. No? So that explains, no, bakit may reinfection ng ransomware doon sa network nila. Okay? So dahil in the first place, hindi naman nila na locate, no, kung sino yung patient zero, okay, or the real culprit. Okay? So ayun, in terms of threat hunting, no, what we can do is that we can provide you the stages of attack. No? So from the weaknesses, no, ano yung weakness sa server mo, ano yung information na pwedeng makuha ng cybercriminal, reconnaissance, exploitation, command and control level na ba siya, propagation, or pwede rin natin ibigay kung ano yung pwede maging impact sa network natin. Okay, so ayun, attack stages, impact on the environment. So another thing, we can give you the chronology of events. So ano yung entry point ng event? Ano yung root cause? So dinownload ba from email? May OS update ba na nagman in the middle yung cybercriminal? No? So on and so forth na pwedeng pinanggalingan. Okay? Okay, so again, this one is the golden eye wherein makikita natin kung saan saang workstation or saan saang network zone na natin nagpunta, no, yung virus or yung malware. Okay, so remediation and mitigation of threats. Once makita na natin, ma-detect natin yung patient zero or sino yung mga infected, no, we can do a response. Okay, so yung response natin can be automated, no. Okay, so this one is the report delivery naman, no. So report delivery, we will provide, no, Cyber Command can provide you a report, no, kung ano yung nangyari dun sa incident. So anong particular reason, no, bakit nangyari yun, and ano yung recommendation ni Cyber Command para ma-fix mo yung issue. Okay? So ito yung improvement recommendations. So medyo hindi lang makita left. So ayun, again, ang value ni Cyber Command o ng XDDR solution natin, of course, is to give you a continuous detection. Okay, so continuous detection, what I mean is if a threat is not addressed, so kung hindi natin na-address yung threats before, so Cyber Command can give you a continuous detection para hanapin yung mga threats na until now nagko-cause pa rin ng damage dun sa network natin or sa mga assets natin. Okay, so again, Cyber Command can be correlated with gateway security, endpoint security, solving the issue of SIEM wherein kailangan bumili ng napakaraming tools, kailangan mag-deploy na napakaraming a tool like SOAR, okay, just to be able to provide a response. Okay, so again, ayun, MTTR, pinag-usapan na kanina, ilang speaker na yung nag-mention, the mean time to respond. Okay. Okay, so ayun, good afternoon again, everyone. So that's my presentation for today. So thank you.
Thank you very much, server. So kindly park your questions for the meantime. We will go back to server later. Moving forward, let's have another resource person. No other than he's actually a Bachelor of Science in Information Systems in year 2015 from the University of Caloocan City. He has been in the IT industry for more than 7 years. He's a solutions architect of MIAAS Cloud Services, Macrologic Diversified Technologies Incorporated. He actually gained certifications from Dell Server Credentials 2018, Dell Mid-Range Storage Credentials 2018, VMware Certified Professional, Data Center Virtualization 2022, Citrix Certified Associate Virtualization Citrix Virtual Apps, and Desktop Service on Citrix Cloud Certified. Our next resource person for this afternoon is a solutions architect from MIAAS Cloud Services, Macrologic Diversified Technologies Incorporated. Please do give a big hand for Mr. Jason Estrada.
Hello, good afternoon. Okay, so I would like to introduce again myself. I'm Jason Estrada, and I'm one of the solutions architect from Macrologic Diversified Technologies, Inc. And I'll be presenting to you one of our local cloud services here in the Philippines. Actually, pioneer in local cloud services here in the Philippines, which is the Macrologic Infrastructure as a Service, or MIAS.
O partner, hindi talaga natin maiiwasan. Magkaroon tayo minsan ng technical issues ulit. So while we are waiting again for that technical issues to be addressed, let's again thank our proponents, starting with Brainstorm Technologies Incorporated,
NetPlay Incorporated,
Redenta,
Handlinks Incorporated,
Macrologic Diversified Technologies Incorporated,
Secure Age Technology Pte. Ltd,
Cisco System Philippines,
Fortinet Security Philippines Inc.,
Trilix,
Sophis Information Technology Services,
Rev LV Solutions Incorporated,
TechEd Global Academy,
Raymond Nunes, Red Rock IT Solutions,
Mara Labs 8 Layers Technologies,
Ardent Networks Incorporated,
Microsoft Philippines,
Contact Point Incorporated,
Citrix,
and Wide Integrated Solutions Export Corporation or WISE Corp. At syempre, kanina yung katatapos lang na naging speaker natin, si Server,
yeah.
na taga saan?
Songfor.
Okay? Na yung atin baka magiging magandang balita sa atin bukas, no? Okay, we give back the floor to Mr. Jason for the continuation of his presentation.
Yes, syempre, pina-flash talaga dyan, no? Yung convention natin 2022.
Yan. So, ganun talaga, partner, pag live. Nagkakaroon lang talaga yan ng technical issues. Minsan, hindi talaga yan maiiwasan. Kahit naman, di ba, in a live TV show, minsan nga, may mga napapadulas pa. Minsan, magugulo talaga yung setup nila. Okay, again, we give the floor to Sir Jason Strada.
Hello. Ayun. So, sorry for the technical difficulties. So again, I'm Jason Estrada. I'm one of the cloud solutions architect from Macrologic Diversified Technologies Inc. And I'll be presenting today yung isa or yung mga pioneer when it comes to local cloud services here in the Philippines, which is the Macrologic Infrastructure as a Service or MIAS. So year 2020, we all know that, that's the time when pandemic started. So most of us are working from home or doing remotely. So in line with that, so yung digital transformation has been or have been ramped up. So the transition na tayo from traditional to digital transformation, and in line with that, yung resources natin, we are putting some resources into cloud. So when we are putting our resources to cloud, may mga differentiations tayo or may mga questions tayo. First is yung security ng cloud solutions na yun, and next one is yung data residency or yung location ng data natin. So this one, I'll be presenting to you what is Macrologic Infrastructure as a Service, what are the security features, and how we can leverage these cloud services. Ayan, so before I'll proceed with Mia, so I'll be presenting a short company profile of Macrologic. So we started last 2012, so we are in one decade, or we are a decade of expert or IT expert. We are not just a IT solutions provider, but we are also a system integrator. Ayan, so we comprise of IT world's brands. So from desktop, laptop, to server storage or data center infrastructure up to cloud services. So we can offer that one for you. And again, as mentioned earlier, so we are pioneer in local cloud services here in the Philippines. Ayan, so for the key milestones or for the awards or recognitions, so we are the first local company to achieve compliance and certification with VMware vCloud. So if you're familiar with VMware, which is a standard and leading hypervisor when it comes to virtualization, so we are using VMware with our cloud services. Ayan. So let's proceed now with MIAS. So what is MIAS? So it is a cloud services with multi-tenancy platform. So same as other cloud services provider like Azure, AWS, and Google Cloud. So we also offer multi-tenancy platform. So when we say multi-tenancy platform, it means that we are sharing sources with other customers, as well as when it comes to scalability and maintenance, so mas less na yung maintenance and upgrades when it comes to our infrastructure. Next one is high availability. So when it comes to backup and disaster recovery, so we can offer solutions as well with that. And as well, we have multi-site cloud clusters. So currently, we have two cloud clusters or cloud data center here in the Philippines. We have in Cavite and we have in Cebu. And by the end of this year, we will be having our third cloud clusters, which will be located in Singapore. So MIAS is integrated with managed services, and we also provide support 24/7. Next one is our cloud solutions is architected to run any business applications, since we are using the leading and industry standard for virtualization, which is VMware. Also, we are the first VMware cloud verified here in the Philippines. So why MIAS? So why we choose MIAS over other cloud providers? First one is we also offer a wide range of products from virtual machines, storage, networking, as well as backup and disaster recovery. Next one is we are fully managed by local certified cloud engineers. So when it comes to issues, we will have to contact us, and puro Pinoy yung makakausap natin dito. So when it comes to communication, less time when it comes to language barrier. So we are high performance cloud as well, and we provide affordable monthly solutions or monthly cloud solution subscriptions, and we also provide free consulting services. Next one is we provide also a better overall total cost ownership and return of investment. And last one is we are using the leading and industry standard multi-tenancy platform and hypervisor, which is VMware. So again, we are using the public cloud solution for VMware, which is the VMware vCloud Director. So ano ba yung mga features and benefits that we can get when we subscribe to our cloud solutions? First one is the vCloud Director. So this will be your overall management platform. So this will be your single management platform when it comes to managing your compute, your storage, your networking, and security. So we also have the vRealize Operations Management. So vRealize Operations Management or VROPS, this will be your performance monitoring and analytics. It is also an artificial intelligence wherein you can generate logs to identify, analyze, and detect and resolve your issues on your infrastructure. Next one is your NSXT data center. So this will be your virtual switch, wherein as the way you configure or manage your physical switch, you can do that as well with NSXT data center. And last one is the vCloud availability. So vCloud availability is a tool wherein we can replicate or copy yung infrastructure natin from one site to another. So this tool is we use for our disaster recovery. Another features are productive HA, vMotion or live migration from one host to another, fault tolerance, distributed resource scheduler or load balancing. So when it comes to load balancing, for example, si host 1 o yung server natin sa host 1 is nagkakaroon na ng problem or mabigat na, and yung available pa yung host 2, by using DRS, ililipat natin yung VMware, yung virtual machine natin doon sa available resources. Ayan. So for our local cloud services, so ito yung mga local cloud services na ina-offer natin. So we have the infrastructure as a service. So this will be your the server, storage, and networking. We have the SaaS or the software as a service. The PaaS, this will be your virtual data center or yung vCloud Director. Backup as a service and disaster recovery as a service. So if your company or organization is undergoing compliance with ISO certification or information security management, so we will recommend to have a backup as a service and disaster recovery as a service. Next one is yung service desk natin. Not just only a service desk, but this is also an asset monitoring tool to manage or to monitor your IT infrastructure. And next one is the security as a service. Oh, sorry. Ayan. For the security as a service, so once you subscribe with MIA's cloud services, that includes yung tatawag nating advanced UTM protection or unified threat management. So ano ba included doon? That's include the firewall security, the network protection, web protection, and other protection as well. So we will provide you a secured access through SSL VPN or IPsec VPN. So we made sure na yung pag-transact o yung pag-access natin sa infrastructure natin are well secured and protected. Next one is we can also offer yung multi-factor authenticator natin, and then yung central intercept and advanced for server, which is powered by Sophos. So when it comes to firewall and network security, we are using Sophos as our platform.
Recurring is 2 years.
So for our business solutions or for our software as a service, so we also have different software solutions. We have the HRIS and payroll. We have the document management system, S4HANA, warehouse management system, and so on. So for the Macrologic services, so we offer managed services. So if you need some, or if you need to outsource your IT management, so we can do managed services for you. Next one is data center build. So if you have requirements with data center or command center, so we can provide a consultation and building with that one. Next one is we also offer cabling services as well as maintenance agreement. So if may mga physical machines pa tayo na out of warranty but still serviceable, so we can also offer that one. Next one is consulting services. So we provide free consulting services for all your IT requirements, mapa data center man yan, or your physical requirements or physical IT requirements, then we can provide a consulting for that. And last one is the infrastructure implementation. Ayan. So when it comes to our client references, ito yung mga client natin running their S/4HANA environment on MIAS. So we have si CISO International, we have IPI, si Kuya J, Landers, 8990 Holdings, and National Bookstores, and so on. So mostly more on distributions kami or manufacturing yung clients namin when it comes to cloud services. But we offer or we cater all types of services and industries. And with our cloud technology partners, so these are our technology partners or technology platforms that we use with our MIAS cloud services. So we have the VMware, we have Sophos, Microsoft, SUSE, Veeam as our backup platform. We also have IBM, Lenovo, Sang4, and so on. So that's only a short presentation for MIAS Cloud services. So if you have any questions or do you want to have some presentations with MIAS or with our local cloud services, so you can visit our website or you can email our marketing to set up an appointment. So that's it for my presentation. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Sir Jason. Partner, harito ko na.
Yes.
Para at least tatawagin din natin si server. Siyempre,
parang-
lagi, di ba sabi nga natin kanina, that will be our setup. Na lagi after the presentation of our speaker, always a question and answer. So partner, dun ka na lang, sabihan ko na lang sila, sir. Kasi para at least tatlo lang. Okay, maraming salamat sa ating mga nagtitipunong mga sir. Have a seat, sir. Sabay-sabay na po tayo. Baka nag-aalangan si Sir Jason kanina kasi baka biglang bumigay. Baka meron na po tayo uling questions. I think we do have already some questions on that, no?
Yeah, so yung questions natin, pwede nga po ulit sa Slido or slido.com or scan yung ating QR code.
Ito naman is a survivor na kung saan hindi siya masyadong naapektuhan. Survivors do it.
So let's wait dun sa mga questions na ibibigay natin kay server at Sir Jason.
Baka dito po sa ating mga kasama ngayon na physically present, baka meron po kayong katanungan. Kasi actually si Sir Jason is actually offering yung they are actually offering cloud, di ba? Pati si Sir Ver naman, yung ino-offer ay yung pong?
Cyber Command, NDR.
So that's the MDR. So do we have any raised questions online, mga kasama, na kayang-kayang sagutin din naman ng ating dalawang resource speaker? I think we do have again a questions from Lieutenant Commander Bilbao.
Jason, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Sir, so you said a while ago na kayo yung pioneer in terms of cloud services dito sa...
Yes, sir.
And then, gusto ko lang malaman, siguro para at least for the benefit of, our, may mga non-technical, kasi tayo dito, sir, mga visitors. So, cloud services are being availed kung if you don't want to maintain yung infrastructure ng ICT. Ayaw mo nang bumili ng server, ayaw mo mag-maintain kasi malakas sa kuryente, kailangan binabantayan 24/7. Kaya most of the companies, they go to cloud services. Ngayon, sir, yun din, sir. Yung Can you say na yung information na kinikater nyo doon sa cloud nyo, are those information or data insured? Insured ba siya, sir? Para pag nagkaroon ng breach sa part nyo, na breach, halimbawa, customer nyo ako, so I have a list of, may DB ako ng, may database ako ng customers ko rin. Tapos nag-avail ako ng cloud service nyo. Biglang nagkaroon ng breach, tapos may, let's say, kasi yung cybersecurity niyan, kayo na rin eh.
Yes, sir. That's correct.
All-in-one package na yun. So, masasabi mo bang insured yung information ko that are stored on your servers or yung mga server farms mo?
Okay. Thank you so much, sir, for that question. No? So with RBS Cloud Service, aside from the physical infrastructure that we have, that's also include yung security and network protection natin. So as mentioned earlier, so we are using yung Sophos as our network and security provider. So that's include yung firewall security, yung network protection, web protection, and multi-factor authenticator. Aside from that, we are using yung mga other services natin such as backup and disaster recovery natin.
Yun nga, sir, no? Kasi na-discuss din earlier ng some of our speakers that yun nga, yung si Sopos din yata nagsabi na yung ransomware, pati yung backup, inaano na. But you do have parang hot standby na for DR.
Yes, sir.
Tama.
Yes,
Diba?
sir. So, as mentioned earlier, sir, so meron tayong cloud clusters or dalawang data centers sa Philippines.
So, kaya lang, ang location niya is Cavite and
Cebu, sir.
Okay. Cavite and Cebu.
Cebu, yes,
Kasi
sir.
pag tinamaan tayo ng the big one, yung malaking earthquake, so, ibig sabihin, yung main server farm mo sa Cavite, so, naka-back up na siya sa Cebu and Singapore.
Singapore, sir. Yes, sir. So,
For disaster recovery.
yes, sir. Ang magiging setup natin ngayon is yung primary infrastructure natin will be located in Cavite, and yung mga disaster recovery or yung mga secondary locations natin will be located in Cebu and Singapore.
Okay. And then siguro related din doon kung ano yung mga subscription plans. I think the lease is not less than a year. Tama ba?
Yes, sir. Actually, we offer monthly subscriptions and annual subscriptions, so based on your requirements. So we just need to resize or to assess your requirement first, and then when it comes to subscription, it's manageable naman and it's flexible as well. So we can we can provide monthly subscriptions and annual subscriptions for you.
So as a follow-up or in relation with that question about the subscription, would you say so that actually the thing that you offer could really be cost efficient for both of you? Is that cost efficient if they would subscribe with the plans as well as with the services they are offering?
Actually, yes. One of the benefits of having your workload on cloud is, aside from the less maintenance, it's more or it's cost effective since you don't have to manage or to purchase your own physical infrastructure. When it comes to cloud services, what you need to manage only is your workload.
How about you, sir? Would you also say that it's really cost efficient compared to those other companies offering around with the services you offer?
Yes, actually, as you may know, Sanfor is the most one of the most cost efficient in the market. And by that, we offer hindi lang of course yung mga security services, but of course pati yung yung support natin, after sales support natin is hindi nawawala dun sa sa technology.
Thank you very much, sir. So I think, partner, we do have a question again.
Yes, from Tony Stark. Ayan, international naman pala tayo eh. Will Sanfor work if my installed firewall is Sophos?
Yes, yung diniscuss ko kanina, which is si Cyber Command, can be correlated with third-party firewalls like Sophos, FortiGate, Palo Alto. So for automated response, yes, it can work.
Will you also say that your services or the things that you offer is actually hindi po yung katulad ng iba na para bang there would be no compatibility problem that would occur?
Actually, si Sophos kanina nag-discuss na meron din siyang mga compatibility with other vendors. So I guess it's better no for the all of us kasi if ever na you are leaning towards the solution, no, pwede rin nila ma-offer yung tinatawag natin na heterogeneous na solution wherein third party yung nagko-correlate no, to solve an issue.
Thank you so much, sir. So for our next questions, actually from Colonel Banaria, Philippine Air Force. To the last presenter, there is a rapid move towards Dockers and containers. Your offers are still VMs, which is better, and thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Colonel Banaraya. Okay, so when it comes to Dockers and containers, so if we will compare it to VMs, when it comes to maintenance and yung applications natin, much better yung Dockers and containers. But still, yung mga IT natin o yung mga management natin is not yet ready when it comes to Dockers and containers. So much prefer pa rin nila to manage their infrastructure using VM. But with Mia's cloud services, so we are leaning naman towards Dockers and containers. That's why some of our cloud engineers are having their certifications when it comes to VMware Tanzu, which is a container platform for VMware or for cloud solution. So again, when it comes to Dockers and containers versus VM, I would recommend to proceed or to get the Dockers and containers compared to VMs when it comes to security and yung applications itself.
Thank you so much. So Colonel Banaria, Philippine Air Force, I hope the questions you have raised have been answered by our resource person.
Okay, so follow-up question from Mr. Tony Stark. Yan. So we need a third-party solution to integrate SANG4 to Sophos FW.
So ayun, Mr. Tony Stark, no. So hindi mo na kailangan ng third-party solution no, to integrate, no. So yung solution na that I discussed, so Cyber Command can directly integrate with the Sophos firewall. So when it comes to automation ng response. So no need for additional tool. So just Cyber Command.
Kasi nga, sir, kumaga, workable na talaga yung inyong,
yes,
inyong
sir.
product. Okay, exactly. So do we have still other questions? How about the members of those participants around? Do you have any questions that you wanted to raise with our presenters for this afternoon? So muli, by the way, friend, di ba as of now, we still have those joiners on our YouTube Live as well as FB Live. So again, we want to thank those individuals who actually have their time
to join
us until this time. At sana hanggang mamaya diretso.
Oo naman.
So sa tingin mo, baka ikaw may katanungan ka rin partner pa para sa kanilang dalawa?
Meron ako pero after na natin.
After na. Masyado bang personal yan? Baka kasi dun ka mapapall pero hindi ka dapat ma-victimize.
Mapapall pero hindi ma-victimize.
So I think we don't no longer have any questions for our two resource person for this afternoon. So we would like again to thank you, Sir Jason and Sir Ver, for gracing this afternoon, sharing the knowledge and sharing your products with our participants for this afternoon. Thank you very much. Have a great afternoon.
Thank you.
Salamat po. So partner, talagang kailangan laging ganon, no? Kailangan magaganda yung mga questions na ibinabato lagi sa atin ng ating mga online participants din. Na kailangan nga naman malaman nila, syempre with what's happening right now, nagkaroon tayo ng pandemic. Paano nga ba naman din, kailangan syempre pag business ka rin or sometimes kailangan mong magtipid-tipid, we really have to raise this question. Will that really be cost efficient if we would have to subscribe with what you offer, di ba?
Lalo na yung cloud, partner, no? Tapos nag-pandemic, syempre hindi na sila makakapasok ng work. So dapat okay lang kahit monitor na lang ng
Ganun talaga, minsan kailangan may pinagpipilian.
Yes. At make sure na mapipili ka.
Oo. Para muli, yung favorite line for this afternoon, pwede ka ma-fall, wag ka lang ma-victimize. Okay? So moving forward as we go on with our cybersecurity conference, let's move forward with our next resource person for this afternoon. And my partner I will allow my partner to introduce our resource person for this afternoon.
Okay, so our next resource speaker is a native Batanggenyo. Yan, living in the past city since 1978.
Naku, partner, baka magtampo yan kasi naibigay pa nung ating nagbigay ng information since 1978. Naku, magkikwenta agad tuloy yung iba. Pero you know what, partner? Kahit na 1978, baby face pa rin yan.
Yes, makikita nila later. And in 1996, he entered the military service and been part of the Armed Forces of the Philippines as naval officer upon graduation in the Philippine Military Academy on year 2000. Now, he was assigned in various places across the country and held notable positions in the AFP, and one of those is as Group Commander, Cyberspace Security Group of CEISSAFP, responsible in securing infrastructure and network system of the APSUS. He retired in the service as captain and now working as customer solution consultant, ASEAN in Secure Age since November 2021. Okay, to discuss about the encryption system and its importance to cybersecurity operations, let us call on Sir Julimar Ramos.
While we are actually waiting for him, again, let's take our very supportive proponents. Song 4.
Wide Integrated Solution Expert Corp or WISE Corp.
Contact Point Incorporated.
Citrix.
Microsoft Philippines.
Ardent Networks Inc.
Marilabs 8-Layer Technologies.
Raymond Nunes, Red Rock IT Solutions.
TechEd Global Academy.
Rev LV Solutions Inc.
Sophos Information Technologies Services.
Trellix.
Fortinet Security Philippines Incorporated.
Cisco Systems Philippines Inc.
SecureAge Technology Pte Ltd.
Macrologic Diversified Technologies Inc.
Handlink Incorporated.
NetPlay Inc.
Brainstorm Technologies Incorporated.
And Redenta.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, Captain Julimar Ramos, Philippine Navy retired, as he will discuss encryption system and its importance to cybersecurity operations. A big hand, please.
Wala yung connection siya. Yun, okay. Try ko lang. Yes.
Tapos, nakailang instructions ka na, iba rin niya naging gets. Magagalitan siya.
Okay, yeah. Hello?
Hello. Yeah. Hello, good afternoon. Thank you for the introduction from our IMC. Actually, as now as a customer solution from Secure Age, I am focusing on the needs of the customers so that the company could address all the needs that the customer are going to acquire. So here, my presentation is more on Secure Age because Secure Age is a software company that focus on encryption of data, email, and network. So encryption is a must-have military strategy. So as they said, encryption was a military strategy in 50 BC. Since then, made popular by Emperor Julius Caesar. Siguro hindi ko na ito masyadong i-elaborate itong history na to because the cryptography timeline has been here since 500 BC. So, and some of these are being used still by some, and some are adapting for the current encryption system, which is the AES encryptions and the future elliptic curve and quantum cryptography. So here in the modern warfare, you could see some from the cryptography, as they said, ay wala pa ng audio to. Sige. Next. Ay, share ba yung ano? Hindi naka-share yung audio. Wait. Stop share ko lang muna. Share. Share with sound. Share. Okay. Wala pa rin. Stop share. Then share with audio. Share. Then share. Okay.
With possible
None?
allies, except one.
Okay. So maybe we will just skip this one. Ay, ang focus lang naman itong modern warfare nito is more on sa ano bang current ng modern warfare natin ngayon. And part of it is a end-to-end encryption, so wherein majority has been used not only in the military but some of the terrorists. So sometimes this is a double-edged solutions, and using this is very you must be responsible in sharing this one. Okay, so later wala. Okay. Share. Wala. Okay. So going to the cryptography, this is a method of storing and transmitting. So I am addressing not only for those who are already technical, but also to common users of our organization. So this is the science in protecting the informations, and this is the only use of this cryptography is to protect the informations which is in use, in transit, and at rest. So lahat ng ito is dapat ma-address ng cryptography. Ever since cryptography is in service of the InfoSec triad, from confidentiality na ini-ensure ng cryptography is yung information is dapat hindi nakikita ng sinuman. Dapat kung sino lang yung intended recipient, siya lang yung makakabasa, siya lang yung makaka-access nito. And without authority from the originator, it should not be passed on and on. So the integrity, it should remain intact. So even though na naipasa ko na yung information sa inyo, dapat yung information na ipinasa ko sa inyo is never been tampered. So yung cryptography will address to that by providing the hashing algorithm. So it will authenticity for the proof of origin. It ensures that the information will be coming from me just because it is embedded with a signature, digital signature that embedded to the documents or email that has been sent to you, and non-repudiations. Hindi mo mapapakaila na sa'yo nang galing yung data because of the footprints of it. So the access control, so it will provide only to those intended recipients ng access control para mabuksan niya, mabasa ang informations that is embedded in that document. So the difference between cryptography and encryption is that cryptography is securing the message, wherein encryption is the application of the cryptography. It's an art that how it will be encrypted. It will be discussed later, the different types of it, which is the symmetric and the asymmetric type of encryptions. So from here, encryption should have at least 3 elements. So yung three element na to is yung plain input message, algorithm, cipher, and key variable. So from here, I will I will give an example for this just presentation that this setup has been converted into an ciphertext within an algorithm and the key that I created. For example, the algorithm that I created is the 54321. This is just a representation of just like AES 256, the RSA, and the key variable is what we call here the password. So here in my sample, I have here a text of setup, and the algorithm that I use is 54321. Key is 24688. So reminder again, this is just for just a basic. From your input is from A, B to Z. Then I have an algorithm of here 54321, and I put the key 2468. So in order to have a ciphertext, you have to embed algorithm and a key in order to have an output. So down here, from setup, C, input, algorithm of 3, and key is 66, output is 198. So if you will combine it all, it will be a ciphertext. So that is just a simple representation of how ciphertext has been made. If I will create an algorithm which is nowadays is AES256 or whatever you have now, so it will reflect, it will differentiate the output here from 110, it will become 100,000, 1 million plus, and it will be part of the ciphertext. So this is just only a presentations for those who are new for the encryption. So going further, how does encryption text look? So kasi more on kanina lang pinakita ko is just basic. Yung transposition from the way back of Julius Caesar. So here you could see here the plain text as the documents. So and the output will be this one. So later I will show you how it looks, not just only in this presentation. So ano ba yung kalimitang inaatake ng mga hacker? So unang-una is yung perimeter defense natin. Then after that, once na na-penetrate nila yan, ito yung defense in depth na to, based na sa online lang naman. But I want to share the context on how they will penetrate. So perimeter, the firewall, yung network security nila, tatargetin nila yan. Pagka na-infiltrate na nila yung endpoint security, yung firewall, ay yung antivirus, they will disable it. Then yung applications mo, titingnan yan. Then and the end is yung data security. Yung data lang naman ang mahalaga kung bakit ang isang organization, ang isang tao ay inaatake. So wala nang iba pa yan, info lang. So that will be benefit to them. It's either financially or just for to disgrace, something like that. And you could see in the data security, it is your last line of defense wherein your data or drive should be encrypted. Okay. So in the encryption here, we have the network encryption wherein it process of encoding data message transmitted, communicated. So nakita natin sa layer kanina na sa perimeter natin, once na penetrate siya, dediretso siya sa data. Sa presentation here, from our data, computer going to the firewall is plain. Then from firewall to another station, it will be converted to ciphertext or encrypted depending on your configurations by using VPN, whatever. Then it will be decrypted on the other side, firewall decryptions, and it will be remain plain from firewall to the end devices. So network encryptions. So once they reach your, so this will be the protection for the network. And we have Now, when it reached to your computer, it should be encrypted as well. So, sa currently yung ating system, work, Windows or Mac, meron siyang features na kung saan pwede mo siyang gamitin. So, nandyan yun sa Windows, yung BitLocker, and for the Mac, ay nandyan naman yung file vault. So, what does it do? So, it will encrypt all the data. So, mapapansin nyo pagka sa Windows 11, currently embedded na siya sa Windows login. Pag nag-login ka sa Windows 11, automatic dinidecrypt siya. So kung wait, this one, papakita ko naman sa inyo is sa full disk encryption, just as like a BitLocker, kung titingnan natin tong aking PC, both drives are in plain text, but when I put a document, disk, it will be protected by a BitLocker. So, ang intention lang natin dito ngayon is yung disk natin dapat protektado. So, para kahit paano pag open ng computer natin, hindi nakalantad lahat ang data. So, let's refresh. So, let's check. Host. Yeah. So here mapansin natin may key siya. Pero pag sa Windows 11, pag open mo siya, automatic mag-unlock. What if your USB has been compromised? Nakuha siya and nalaman niya yung password. So every documents that contains your USB or hard drive will now be considered as plain text. So, at least kahit paano, kung sa network, naprotektahan ka, na-encrypt mo siya, na-penetrate siya, meron ka pang second defense, which is encryption ng full disk encryption mo. So, pag na-penetrate pa naman yung USB mo, nakuha yung password, so meron ka pang, ang mangyayari yung files mo ngayon ay plain na siya. Pwede na siyang kuhanin. So what if yung document, yung hard drive mo na meron ng protection ay prinotektahan mo pa ang iyong file within your document. So ito yung ang mangyayari later. This one. So dapat kahit paano after ng full disk encryptions, meron ka pa ring file level encryption. So the data should be protects against exposure and unauthorized use at all times. And the file encryption protect and encrypting all files before storing them on your hard drive or removable drive. So where are your data resides? So the data resides in your server, database, files and folders, access logs, POS, and endpoint. Majority of us, our data is stored in endpoint. So kung ang endpoint natin is hindi protektado from the file encryptions or kaya this encryption file, so mawala man yung laptop natin, madaling makukuha ang data. So here, I will extract my file, my USB to a virtual machine that has no encryption solution. Kasi itong computer ko na to is encrypted all the way until to a file level encryptions. How do I know it? Because if you could see this icon here, there's a blue here, and if you will look at the file encryption file information, it is a self-encrypted file. So, and if I will decrypt it, it will be a manual encryption. So, napansin natin kanina during the lecture, the weakest link is the human factor. And this solution ng file encryption will prevent a human factor na kung saan nalimutan ko yatang i-encrypt siya bago ko ipasa. So, from here, biosketch, okay, for example, lagyan natin siya. Naglagay lang ako ng space, mapansin mo yung red na to, pagka sinave ko, automatic siya magiging blue. So, any configurations, any entry of data will be encrypted. If you have just only a document here, there's no indications that it is encrypted or decrypted because it has no data on it. Ang ini-encrypt kasi is data. So here, let's put data here and look at the document. So automatically, it will encrypt. Okay? So when it pull out into your USB and put it into a device na wala siyang encryption solutions o hindi mo siya ini-encrypt. So let's try. This is a BitLocker protected once compromised. So open this up and the documents will be unreadable for those who wants to access your data. And the only the best features also for having a encrypted file, even though you have a hard drive that is full of sensitive data and being lost or stolen, and someone will get a go get it and have a forensic in it. I have a sample here just for demonstration only. Stellar. I tried to recover one of my VM installed with a file encryption. Look at here, desktop, and these are all encrypted, and you could see here that the document has no preview, and for the text document is all encrypted. So walang walang data na makukuha for all my devices. So at least from the network, protektado ka, encrypted ka, disk, protektado ka, then the data should also be protected. So here. So what is the difference between full disk and the file level encryption? So sa full disk, it is a simple deploy. So mapapansin natin dito sa management ng disk natin. This, you will just activate for our usual user, you can just activate or deactivate your BitLocker file by enabling the features of the Windows. It is already embedded, and it's just a matter of how you will use it. You can also use some command line to be done in encryption. So in encrypting the file, it will create two things. So the public key and the private key, which we will be discussed later again. And from now, full disk and file-based encryption. Simple deploy. Kasi full disk, i-activate mo lang siya. So, everything is encrypted in a full disk. So, even though applications, it will not run if it is encrypted. So, while as in the file-based encryption, magra-run lahat ng mga applications mo, it will run flow smoothly, but the file will be encrypted unless it is accessed by the applications being used to that. Just like my presentation here, it is a plain document as you have seen, just because it is accessed by Windows Office PowerPoint. Other than that, it is unreadable. So hash functions, this is another algorithm wherein encryptions should be done and commonly being mislooked by some or majority of our personnel na hindi na tinitingnan yung hash functions kung natampered ba ang document natin. So bakit ba tayo kailangan ng hash functions ng every file? To ensure that the data is has the integrity, yung hindi siya natatampered, secure against unauthorized modifications. So protect store passwords, and yung sinasabing protect store password is the hash that has been generated in your devices. Kasi kalimitan sa mga laptop natin, may mga hash functions yan, yung mga password na create natin yan is converted into hash. And the purpose of to operate at different speeds. So ginagamit naman yung hash functions in the Bitcoin mining. Kalimitan siya. So there are two types of the hash functions that's nowadays, MD5 and the SHA-256. So this is just only an example of the hash functions that I just want to present. For example, nag-download ako ng OpenOffice. So meron akong download. So let me show the download here. So download. This is the OpenOffice. So ang gagawin ko dito sa OpenOffice na to is titingnan ko yung hash function niya. Hash functions niya, which is 69F54. Kalimitan sa functions masyadong marami. So to ensure that the file has never been modified, kalimitan kasi yung mga documents na pinapasa natin, yung mga hacker, nilalagyan ng payload para pagka-click mo siya, ni-run mo siya, automatic magra-run sa computer mo and mag-create siya ng backdoor for them to control your devices. So to validate that, so pwedeng gumamit ng open source. So, okay, wait. So this is the open source ng SHA-256. Then hanapin naman natin yung mismong provided ng OpenOffice. So kasi kalimitan sa mga nagbibigay ng mga applications, ini-include nila ang signature and hashes ng isang document na panigurado nasa kanila galing siya. So here, mapansin mo dito, ilakihan natin ng konti. So here, nasaan ba siya? N5. Apache Office, Windows 32. Ano ba yung download natin dito ay 64. Let me check the download one. Linux 64. Linux 64. Then the SHA is 769F54. So ito yung provided mismo ng OpenOffice, and based from our hash generator is still the same, 69F54. So bakit natin to kailangan? Nabanggit ko nga na dapat ang file is may integrity at ensure na galing sa mismong provider. So what if kung sakaling wala kang hash generator, you can do the hashing from your So, nasan yung ating dinownload dito? Search utility, Apache. Apache. Copy. So here sa ano naman natin, meron medyo maliit siya. I-ano natin yung view. So sa search, mapansin natin 769F4. So there are different ways on how to ensure the hashing algorithm. So again, it should be checked, tested to ensure na yung isang document is legitimate from the originator. So ito kasi report na to is more on compromised document from the Solicitor General na extract lahat ng files nila, which is ilagay lang natin dito. So here from the third company na kung saan napansin nila na yung distribution of documents including document sensitive topics include drugs, abuse, rape, child trafficking, Duterte, hindi to makikita ng nag-forensic ng data or nakaka-capture ng data if in case your file is encrypted. So sa dami ng documents na to, it seems that all the documents that been extracted are not or the documents compromised are all encrypted. Okay, so we have done from the file network, base, and file encryption. So we will now go on the different types of encryption, which is the symmetric and asymmetric. For the symmetric encryption, this is the documents that I have. The file here was encrypted using symmetric encryptions is being encrypted by a single password. So once it is encrypted by a single password, it will be converted into a encrypted one. And how to decrypt it? You should share the password to them for them to decrypt. One example of this one is the 7-zip. If you are familiar with that, this is the applications which is available everyone. So add. So here you could enter password here, and in order for them to extract the data, you should share the password so that they could open the file. Siguro magandang kasing maging siyang habit na kung saan every document should be encrypted or password protected. To maintain the integrity ng document and security confidentiality. Kasi kahit paano, mga informations natin secured. Okay? So currently, we have here asymmetric encryptions available na currently being used. This AES and the RC reverse cipher. So the symmetric for the yung DES, yun yung ginagamit ngayon ng US for the common documents. And for the AES is being used for the top secret informations. Kaya kalimitan sinasabi ng mga tao na, oy, AES 256 yan, standard military grade encryption siya. So for the reverse cipher, ito naman yung encryptions na ginagamit ng common wireless, SSL locket, saka TLS. For that is symmetric. Symmetric kasi single key. For the asymmetric, ang gagawin naman ito is i-install ako ng encryption software sa ng certificate dito sa laptop ko. Yung certificate ko will generate two keys, the public key and the private key. So, anong purpose nito? Ang private key is for me and for the public key is for others to send encrypted message using that public key. This one, I will send my certificate with the public key. The user too will install the certificate in his devices. And yung certificate na to is signed with my private key. Tapos yung public key naman na yan is i-store niya sa kanyang devices. So once the user 2 has the user 1 public key, he or she can now communicate with the user 1 using encrypted documents. So how it is be done? So user 2 will create a file. It will encrypt using the public key of the user 1. So then from there, once it is encrypted, ipapadala na niya sa user 1 at gagamitin naman ng user 1 yung kanyang private key para buksan siya at makuha ang message. So that is the symmetric key. First and two. This is a general information about asymmetric and encryption key. So currently, we have the Diffie-Hellman, quantum cryptography, elliptic curve, and RSA. So for this topic, it will be just Diffie-Hellman that we will be discussing, the public key to encrypt and decrypt. And ito yung unang ginamit na asymmetric key na bago pa man dumating yung reverse yung RSA na ginagamit sa SSL natin sa TLS. So, yung elliptic curve naman na ngayon na existing na ginagamit ng Bitcoin. So, this is the asymmetric encryptions na ginagamit. Then, this is a next generation implementation of public key. Pero yung solution naman na meron ngayon is available na rin. But the quantum cryptography is more on the futuristic, which is hindi na gumagamit ng mathematics but more on physics kasi more on protons na siya. So the difference between two, as I've said, symmetric key is a single key, asymmetric key is a two separate key for using public key and private key, and symmetric key, straightforward and conventional. So papadala mo lang yung password, then after that, pwede niya mabuksan yung file. Then complicated sa asymmetric key just because it needs to be forward, yung restoring ng mga private at saka public key is kailangan mo ipadala muna sa concern para makapag-generate pa siya, makapag-transmit ba ng encrypted message sa'yo. So symmetric, it will be just faster, then slower for the asymmetric, then provides confidentiality for the data, but asymmetric confidentiality, authenticity, and repudiations. Kasi kung bakit siya authenticity, kasi yung certificate na pinadala mo sa partner mo or na sa user 2 is signed by you itself. At ngayon, yung user 2, hindi naman niya mapapagkaila na sa iyo nga galing yun. So, ipapakita ko sa inyo ngayon yung paano nasabi na encrypted ang documents. So here sa message ko, confidential. Okay, hindi na kita. Dito kasi sa documents ko, yung email na pinadala sa akin is digitally signed. It is digitally signed by someone who sent me, and key can be used for signing data. So parang lumalabas, tinanggap ko muna, in-store ko siya, at itong document na to is mabe-verify na sa kanya galing. Para pag nagpadala ko sa kanya, pwede na ako magpadala ng encrypted message. And how do encrypted message look like? Okay. Actually, hindi nyo nakikita kasi encrypted ang message ko. So, mapansin mo na ang message para sa akin is secret. This is for your eyes only. So, as you have seen, to show you. Ito yung screen ko. Ako lang ang nakakabasa na nasa loob ng box na yan kasi nga it is protected with an encryption software na I cannot share, I cannot screenshot, I cannot print, I cannot forward. Let us try to forward. Okay. First message. Try to forward this one. So, actually, hindi niyo nakikita. So, this one. I am, even though i-forward ko, hindi nyo rin nababasa siya. Then, for example, Raymond. Then, send. Wait. Okay. So here you can see the following recipient are not authorized to receive, something like that. So this is the configurations of this one. No. Then from here, okay, so algorithm. Okay, wala naman na siya. So just for information of the everyone that Secure Age do provide product wherein they can secure your data, secure email, and secure A+. This has been used since 2003 and been used by Homeland Security agencies in 5 countries in Asia. So yung pinakita ko lang sa inyo is just a slight overview on the solution and features that can be used at least for your protection, for your data, and for your email, communications. So at least that's all for my presentations and demonstration for Secure Age. So any questions for so thank you.
Thank you very much, Commander or rather Captain Ramos retired Philippine Navy for gracing this afternoon. So as they are actually setting up the chair upstairs, so sir, may we actually invite you upstairs for some question and answers portion.
Ako, partner, meron ako papadecrypt kay sir. Hindi niya to mas-screenshot, hindi niya to mapiprint, pero pwede niya tong replyan.
Ganun ba?
Yes.
So the table is already open for the question and answer. For those, again, for our physical participant, if you're still hesitant to raise your question verbally, you could write it down and just give it to some other person around who could actually give it to us here on stage so that we could read it aloud. So, sa atin pong mga online viewers, meron po yata uli na ba tayo mga questions being raised? So, si Captain Ramos, Philippine Navy retired, is actually part of CEISSAFP before. And kanina po nung pinakilala namin siya, he's just been part of that company last year. So apparently, sir, gaano na ba talaga katagal sa Secure Age po? Before you actually joined the company?
Yeah, before ako nag-join dito is Secure Age has been used by Singapore government since 2003. And they are already deploying some solutions from Indonesian military, Vietnam military, and some Europe, Japan. And ang focus kasi namin dito is more on military, since military is being subject for attack and want informations to be extracted for maybe some stabilizations or whatever. So gusto ko rin kasi sanang i-introduce yung Secure Age for those other government na kung saan ang data natin has been already been uploaded from the internet. Our data has been open to the public. So that's it for Secure Age history.
So almost matagal na rin naman pala. Baka kasi mamaya, sir, sabihin is 2021 lang ka nag-join. At least nagkaroon din ng concept yung ating mga kasamang iba na actually Secure Age is almost a decade and actually turning to be 2 decades. Kasi 2003 sabi nyo, nandyan na yan sila. So we do have a first question on hand. It's actually from Code. Talagang ginawa niya, parang magpapadecrypt pa sana siya. No? Pero it's actually
101.
code 101. And the question is actually, would you recommend that all government agencies that has sensitive information must implement encryption as additional security? Anong ibig sabihin ito? Papadecrypt pa rin ba siya? AES 256 or ASBE?
Yeah, actually, we recommend that our files should be encrypted. So it should be a practice that in order to prevent data leakage and the misuse of documents for unauthorized use and access, it should be done not only for the government, even for the individual. You must protect yourself, even though you are because you are always using the social media, uploading files. So at least for the security of you and for the security of the government, the offices, it should be encrypted.
So dun kay code name code 101, hopefully nasagot naman yung tanong mo po, ano. So yun yung sinabi ni Sir Ramos. Any other questions that we have online, as well as again po, we are encouraging you to raise your questions. If you're really hesitant, don't hesitate to write it down on a piece of paper. Ikaw ba, partner, may sarili kang katanungan para baka mamaya sa atin ibalik ni Captain Ramos tayong matanong?
Sige, mamaya ako ulit tatanong. Pero may iba akong question kay Sir. Sir, ano tawag nito? Yung encryption, masasabi niyo po ba na okay nang pag may encryption ka, okay lang kahit hindi ka na mag-antivirus? Or
Hindi, actually yung sinatawag namin na last line of defense. So hindi ibig sabihin na may antivirus ka na, hindi mo na kailangan ng mga antivirus, firewall, whatever. So kasi kasi yung encryptions niyan, this is an combinations of algorithm and key. So ang hacker hindi niya chine-check or hindi nila hinahack ang algorithm. They will just look for the key of the algorithm. So yung kanina nabanggit nung presentation, how long or how strong is your password or key, that is the thing that you must also protect. So once it is compromised, the algorithm, they can decrypt it already. So last of the lines of defense, you should have antivirus, firewalls, perimeter defense, physical, network, and everything. So when everything fails, at least you have one. last encryption.
Kumbaga, laging meron tayong last bullet na tinitira. Kasi kung halimbawa wala ka ng last bullet, kumbaga sa gera, patay ka na talaga agad.
Kaya magdasal ka na.
So parang hindi, talaga mamamaya may mga tinatago-tago ka sa mga datas mo, yari ka na agad sa kalaban. So do we have any other questions online? Again, for those who wanted to join, just if you could still see that and you could share that QR code, or you could join at slido.com or slido.com.
Ayan. So, nagbabalik si Mr. Tony Stark. Sir, question po, what if there's an encrypted file, same as the phishing encrypted files? How do you detect which is the legit file without using any other solutions?
Actually, yung solutions na unang-una, phishing files, determine mo muna yung originator. Kasi kanina nga nabanggit din ng mga ibang speaker na kailangan mong alamin na may in-expect ka bang email. Kung may in-expect yung email, sa kanya ba talaga galing yan? Then kung may attachment siya, so pinakita ko na rin naman kanina how to determine the hash value of it. So check for the hash value from the originator, check from the hash value that you have just received, compare it if it is the same. So masasabi mo na safe ka. Pero sometimes kalimitan yung mga nilalagay mo na applications, yung mga attached documents, beware pa rin even though it come from your legitimate. Kasi kalimitan, meron ding dumadating na kahit legitimate siya, meron pa rin mga exe files. So beware of the executive files that you have been clicked in your devices. So dapat kasi ang ipina-forward sa iyo is just only a document, not a exe files. Sometimes yung zip files, medyo kailangan din nating be aware for that. So, yun.
Saka I think, partner, parang sigurado naman to make sure din talaga that the files are actually opening is, kilala mo yung source, sabi nga ni Captain Ramos. Kasi, bakit mo i-open na, alam mo naman, hindi ka naman, you're not actually expecting an email from that individual or for that very suspicious addressee. So, parang yan mo na lang siya. I-ignore mo na kasi actually hindi mo naman siya kilala. So bakit kailangan mong kunin pa, di ba? Or i-open siya.
Yes, and babalik pa rin tayo dun sa weakest link nga. Tao pa rin kasi hindi sasabihin ng computer or tatanungin ka ng computer, alin dito i-open mo? Or i-open ko ba? Hindi naman mag-open siya ng sarili kung hindi mo clinic.
Kaya balik ulit talaga dun. Think before you click. So sabi po ni Tony Stark, great answer. Thank you. So we have another question from Anonymous. Does the encryption system works for all files such as video, PowerPoint, or pictures?
Yes. Actually, sinabi na kanina, lahat ng files, data files residing in your devices, database, can be encrypted. Pero we are not encrypting the applications. Once the applications is encrypted, you cannot run the application, so useless naman siya. Just like just a case before na yung isang diba, device then may VM siya. Yung VM mismo, in-encrypt siya. So yung encrypt ng VM, yung applications hindi na nag-run, so the rest is hindi na siya nag-function. So we are just focused on the data per se.
Thank you very much, Captain Ramos. To Anonymous, hope your question has been answered. Oh, yun pala. Thank you from N6 family. Again, there's another question from Tony Stark. Sir, can anyone decrypt each files or file, or is it
per role? Based on the role inside the organization.
Okay, thank you. Yung encryption kasi nito, may isang software na pwedeng, yung software na to, siya yung may kakayahang mag-encrypt, and the same software should be the same in order to decrypt it. So, kung gagamitin mo yung ibang software, hindi na siya nagmamatch yung algorithm na ginamit during the encryption and decryption. Kasi ang konsepto nito is the algorithm and the key should match so that you can encrypt and decrypt.
Kuha tag 18 days.
Next question, sir. Is there a limit or size in encrypting files using secure age?
There's no limit on encrypting files in your devices, but the condition here is that the process is it will encrypt the file. For example, meron kang 100 gigabyte, 100 MB. So you need at least 100 MB in order to encrypt it. Why? Because the 100 MB will create a file same as 100 MB. Once it is encrypted, the original file will be deleted. So same as the decryption, so 100 MB decrypted file will decrypt first the same 100 MB. Then once it's decrypted, the encrypted will now be deleted.
Thank you very much, sir. So again, there's actually a question from code 101 again, AES256 or ASBE. We need to know your opinion as experts, sir. Will this encryption can stand a chance against China's quantum computer?
Okay, yung based from our solution, the solution of secure age is compatible for elliptic curve cryptography. But as of now, the quantum computer is not yet realized because since actually, if I am wrong, it's 1858 quantum cryptography has been testing and until 2007 it's not yet been into market as per my knowledge is concerned regarding the quantum encryption. But quantum computer can it's a matter of a processor. It's a hashing computations that can generate in order to crack the key of an algorithm. So, may nabanggit kanina how strong is your password and the number of devices using the video card, the GPU. So, you will need more than that in order to create the hashing and cracking of passwords. So that is still depend on how strong is your password, even though how the quantum or what computer hashing functions a GPU has it. So you must protect at least your key.
Okay. So thank you, sir. Sana nasagot yung tanong ni sir. And from Tony Stark again, will this integrate with file integrity monitoring solution?
Okay. Our solution is based from the encryption of file within our devices. So in terms of your monitoring, we cannot give the logs on how it was accessed, encrypt, decrypt, and from there, you can know when or who accessed the file, and it will supplement your monitoring solution.
Yeah.
Hope your question has been answered, Mr. Tony Stark. So from Anonymous, sir, is it possible to use a different application to decrypt an encrypted message created by one cryptography application?
Okay, based from the concept of how to encrypt the files, you should have the same algorithm and the key in order to decrypt the documents or file. Once the algorithm and key is different, you have no chance of decrypting the file.
Thank you very much. So to Anonymous, hope your question has been answered. So anyone from the group? So by the way, your snacks is actually being served on your table. So just sit back, relax, and enjoy the snacks. And hopefully, if you do still have some questions, you could actually raise it with here with us.
Ayan, so may one last question, partner.
Nasa na yun?
Captain Ramos, pakidecrypt po 14344.
Again, kailangan na ng algorithm at saka ano siya. Kailangan ng key. Medyo.
Munti ka na humaslow doon na. Yun pala yung talagang gusto pa-decrypt kanina.
Kailangan malaman natin yung algorithm na ginamit dyan.
Parang iba talaga sir yung gusto niya ipa-decrypt. So with that, sir, thank you very much again.
No,
One more daw,
Yes, go
meron
ahead,
pa.
sir.
Meron pa daw question. Paki-flash pa.
Ayun.
From Anonymous, sir, to what extent is the solution consistent with existing law and other government priorities?
Actually, tungkol naman sa existing law, more on Data Privacy Act natin is to ensure that our data is protected. So it is a matter of the government on how to protect the data, and encryption might help the government or any institutions in how to protect their data.
And I think maybe there could be a more way pa rin, and which is actually enhance pa natin lalo yung ating, kasi lagi lang natin naman nakikinig lagi the Data Privacy Act. So siguro yung atin pong mga congressmen and congresswomen, they have to find things pa lalong mapalalim pa yung kasiguraduhan natin sa data privacy. Hindi lang yung, kasi parang napaka-broad din niya. So medyo dapat mapalawak pa lalo, kung malawak na lalo pang palawakin para mas maging mas magkaroon ng seguridad yung ating mga mamamayan or kaya yung mga nangangailan when it comes to data privacy. So I think that would be all for this afternoon with Captain Ramos. Thank you very much, sir.
Yeah, thank you also for inviting. Actually, we have here also Revolve, our local partner. Okay,
po. Salamat po. Thank you very much.
Sir.
So for the meantime, while we're having the break, brainstorm. Muntikan ko na bang sabihin na brainstorming. So the brainstorm will actually do the demo while you're having your snacks. Kaso nga po, as we have mentioned a while ago kanina, dito lang po sa ARNN kasi we could not actually let it be seen on the live streaming. So for those who would wanted to witness how it's actually being used, how it actually work on, you could actually approach this table so then enjoy. Pero maya siguro habang nag-snacks kayo, enjoy the rest of this afternoon while you're having a snacks.
Yeah.
Okay? And music will be played. Thank you very much.